Welcome back to the Scallywags channel. Marine Tech Mike here. If you're new to the channel, this is we're at the Marine Tech Center where we train people to fix boats. That's what we love to do, mechanics and electricians. And if you're a boat owner following along, come here on the weekends. We train boat owners as well. Super fun stuff. This is a long video, but it's super fun. I've been teaching with Nigel Calder for about 10 years and hanging out. We've done all sorts of topics. This year at the Seattle Boat Show, I said, let's do something different and a little lighter, a little more fun. And so we're talking about sea stories and tips and tricks and his old boat that he built himself and finished out, and cruising in different places he's went, places I've been. So it's a long video, but it should be fun. And so grab your favorite beverage, sit down, and check out us two and all the sea stories we got to share. Nigel's done some of this before, but it's going to have some fun stuff mixed in with some technical stuff. And so mostly fun stuff and encouraging us to be out and go cruising and do things like that. And then tonight, we just gave you your drink coupons. We're going to be down at the Tunnel Club at 4, from 4 to 6, so we can carry on the conversation. And actually, we were there till 7 or something last night. Which is always fun times. And so, but one thing for sure is we want to thank Boat Insurance Agency right around the door out here. If you see them, please stop and say, hey, thanks for supporting education. A sponsorship, this is an expensive venue. They've always been really good to us. And so we like you to just say a big thanks. I know there's going to be a bunch of people watching this on the video recordings from the All Aboard, because we have, it's Saturday, the last day of the boat show. And did anybody buy a boat yet? I just want to know. Well, what are you laughing at? A couple people yesterday bought boats. I mean, it is a thing, People are buying boats. It's a good thing. So anyways, so let's get started here. This thing worked a minute ago.
We should probably add that the stories and tips you're going to hear today, we take no legal obligation behind them. Our lawyers have instructed us to guide you that take it for what it's worth. Don't do anything. It's like not for navigation.
It's lighting up. I just turned it on and off to see if it would reboot.
I mentioned that our law firm is Dewey,
got a
Cheatham,
battery.
and Howe. You've all heard that. Click and Clackett Brothers. So,
oh, hold on. It's being real temperamental. We'll see. Might have to go to the other way. I'm missing one slide here.
You had it there.
I know.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, so we put this together. I don't know why it's jumping around, but to kind of share more, we put it together. Teaching, sharing, a lot of lessons learned. And a lot of those lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks, where we might tell you to do things, that we don't do ourselves, but there's a lot of important stuff that we should do. And so just yesterday in the diesel class, we had somebody asking about anodes. And
I don't think we need to repeat this story, Mike.
I think we do. And I said, Yanmars, don't have anodes. And somebody asked Nigel if his boat had anodes. And he's like, I'm not really sure. So I'm just going to throw him under the bus a few times.
Well, I've only had it for 17 years.
So, yes.
I can tell you his heat exchanger does not need an anode.
Yeah. That's good to know. He'll sleep better tonight, knowing that that's the case. Yes. So, anyways, so myself, a lifelong educator. Skagit Valley College is where I work. I have the best job in the world. I just teach people how to work on boats. And I've got to refine to where I'm mostly just doing the electrical stuff, which is what I really love. And we've created a cruisers college program where people can come do hands-on. That's where I like, is in the lab, hands-on, doing experiments, lighting things on fire, inadvertently, of course. Stuff like that. And then one of the other things that I do, which is really fun, with Mark, we started 10 plus years ago with this idea of taking people on flotillas. And many of us in the marine industry need to do something to support our cruising habits. I mean, half the people at this show, right, if they had their choices, they would be out cruising.
So Nigel he writes books, right, and articles, and he does all sorts of stuff to support so he can just go cruising. And so we do these guided flotillas where we take, 7, 8, 10 boats, and they follow us up the inside passage. And I'm always harassing John Neal. I said, John, we're all in this to make a few bucks. So I got a better model. Because he goes, why is that? I said, well, you take people on your boat to sail, around the world, right? They cross oceans. And I said, when it gets rough, they throw up in your galley. Because almost everybody who goes to sea, right, especially in the beginning, gets seasick. And so I'm like, when it gets rough for us, they're throwing up in their own galley because they're on their own boats. And so I think it's a much better model. And so, and then I started a YouTube channel a few years ago for tech tips. And so that's been a lot of fun. If you haven't seen it, please subscribe and just binge watch the tech tips. Don't worry about all the other stuff. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that's fun and good, but my students were like, Beemer, look it, 3,000 people watch this and it's wrong. Like we could do better than this. And so I said, yeah, that looks like a lot of work. And they're like, no, just get a GoPro and here's how we do it. And so I taught ourselves how to film and edit and do fun things like that. So a little bit of perspective. That's the Black Pearl. And as my good friend and colleague Art says, boats, this is a motor sailor. Okay, they're nothing but compromises and bad decisions, right? So a motor sailor just means it does two things. It doesn't do either of them well. And so, but that's what I'm stuck with. We raised our son on this boat every summer. So being in education, that 2 to 3 months off to practice retirement is a good way to go. And so, and generally in the beginning, I got this was a home-built boat. Never, ever buy a home-built boat. But anyways, it's what we got. And in the beginning, on a teacher's salary, everybody's like, why do you spend the whole time on the anchor? And it's like, because we can't afford to tie this thing up. Like, we're out here to save money. And so that's how we started cruising. And then we got, there we go. Nigel, you want to talk a little bit about your boat and your current, where you're at?
Current boat, which is a pretty spectacular boat. So I've kept a family in poverty for at least 25 years to get to that boat. We built the first one ourselves from a bare hull. And then as soon as we had paid off all of the cost of that one, we got a nicer boat and took on a bunch of debt. And then as soon as we paid off that one, we got another boat and took on a bunch of debt, because I can write my boats off as a business expense. So effectively, it was a tax avoidance scheme, which worked pretty well. And it worked spectacularly well when the children got to college age, because we bought that boat and took on another whole load of debt. And we were poor enough to where we could have got food stamps. And I hadn't thought about it, but it made them eligible for all these scholarships in college. So actually, I'm thinking about writing a book about how to get a fancy boat and get the kids through college for free. So, and we've ended up with all the boats paid off now. And thanks to all of you for buying my books over the years. You've provided me with a base income. It's not a very big one, but it's been a base income that has enabled me to do this and to follow my passion for 40 years now and progressively work through a succession of ever nicer boats. But one of the points of these ever nicer boats is that the systems get more and more complicated, and it's enabled me also to stay on the top of the practical side of this whole industry, and then actually to move from writing about it into research and development and developing new products. And it's been a wonderful life, thanks to all of you. So
what kind of boat is that?
That's a Marlow 46 built in Sweden. It's a gorgeous cruising boat. Very comfortable, but reasonably fast. It's not going to win any races. And because we both get seasick, and we'll talk about that a bit later. Yeah. So there are times when we need the boat to take care of us. And that boat is really good at taking care of us. Right here, we're anchored in Sweden, incidentally, where in Sweden, they have a Nordic law where there's no trespass laws in Sweden, and actually, I think in Scotland and Norway. So anybody can go ashore as long as on somebody else's property, as long as they don't cause problems. Which means that you can go around the coastline and hammer stakes into the rocks and put rings on the rocks. and anybody can then come up and tie to those. So they have, although Sweden only has a population, I think, of 6 million, they have a cruising association with over 40,000 members, and they have put stakes and rings all around the coast that they can all go tie up to. So most Swedish-built boats don't have much ground tackle on the front of the boat, because they go up to the water's deep to the rocks, and they throw out a stern anchor, and then they pull in and they tie off to a ring or a stake in the rocks. So most of their ground tackle is actually on the back of the boats, and that's what we're doing there. We've gone into this spectacular anchorage in a crack in the rocks. We've tied up to a ring, and we've put the stern anchor out to stop us from banging into the rock overnight.
Looks quite lovely. And then Paul, your son has got right? He's got a boat.
He's got
He's got too many boats.
Two
yes.
boats. He's got 2 Cape Dories, one in New Orleans and one in Maine. He's got the bug pretty badly.
He's got the bug. So
Yes.
it was a small world. I went to New Orleans. My colleague Mike, who taught me to take over the program, Nigel was looking for a diesel motor for Paul's boat, and so we crated up a little Yanmar we had and sent it to him.
It was a grossly undersized motor, so he had to learn to sail pretty well.
Yeah, and the price was pretty good, though.
The
as
price
I
was
remember.
great, yes.
And then Paul, of course, let his boat start to flood with fresh water sinking on land. And what did you
yes,
do?
he had to
As
park beside
any
the
good
house.
father would?
Well, yes. It was filling up with rainwater. This is New Orleans, where it rains pretty heavily, and he wasn't around to deal with it, so I drilled a hole in the bottom of the boat. But I didn't drill it low enough, so not all the water drained out, so I drilled another one. And I didn't have a decent drill with me, so I had to kind of hack at it a little bit, and I made a rather crude opening in the boat. For some reason, he was annoyed when he got home, which for the life of me, I can't figure it out.
You were doing him a favor.
Yes.
So we have a lot of that stuff going on. I'm going to have to sit up here and use the little computer thing. That's not working very well. So some of the stuff that we have is that we really want to push shamelessly is our ultimate goal is to share with everyone. And Nigel's done a bang-up job with Boat How To, and we've been talking about it in all of our seminars, but if this is the only one you're in, it's a really good electrical curriculum. And I've been asked for years, because a lot of boat owners can't come to our program or any of the other programs because it's a 9-month commitment, to have online training. And they really have a great thing going. And so, and the books are still relevant to this day. All of my technicians buy the 4th edition of the Boat Owner's book. And so we highly recommend that.
Thank you, Mike.
It's a thing. It's not because he's, we want to continue to buy Nigel big boats. It's because it's good. And,
No,
and actually, you still use the book.
Oh, I do.
Fair
I
enough.
have
There's
it
so
on
much
my own
information.
boat. I use it quite frequently because there's no way anybody can remember all that stuff. And I've screwed up jobs on my own boat and read in there not to do what I just did. So yeah, it would be impossible for anybody to remember everything that's in that book.
For sure.
It's a reference work.
It is reference
Yeah,
book.
and I use
that's
it.
what
I
it's
refer
designed
to
for.
it all the time.
It's super cool. So
Yep.
part of our perspective is, though, we're kind of mechanics and fixer-up kind of people. And when I first started cruising and going around, I figured that every boat was broken down and falling apart all the time. Because that's all I heard about, right?
So you know how I got much of the content for the first edition of that book? We were cruising around the Caribbean. Every anchorage we went into, I took the dinghy out and I went around all the boats and asked them what kind of problems they were having. And that's how I collected much of the information, because I'd much rather other people have the problems rather than me have them. So, and that's what most of the content for that first edition of that book came from that 6 or 8 months cruise around the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And
Were
all
you
those
fixing their
we talked
boats or
to.
just surveying what was wrong?
Just asking them what went wrong and why it went wrong, and then figuring out what it should have been done to have it not go wrong.
Yeah. So,
What's the actual title?
it's the Boat Owner's Mechanical and Electrical
Manual. Yeah.
Handbook.
No,
4th
Boat Owner's
edition.
Mechanical and Electrical Manual.
Oh, manual. Yeah.
But really it should have been the other way around, because it's mostly Boat Owner's Electrical and
Yeah.
Mechanical Manual.
But you didn't know that
No,
35
not
years
when we
ago.
did the first edition, yeah.
One of my students had a first edition, and we got it signed for her. It was from her parents. They were over in Port Townsend.
Huh.
And so, anyways, that's what we've done. And there is one time, though, I was at an anchorage, and when people come rowing up in their dinghies and stuff now, my wife is always like, it's one of your people, you know. And he just said, do you like wine? I'm like, turns out. And he said, well, I just got a bottle of red wine for you. I'm like, okay, what for? He goes, you got the best looking boat in the anchorage. He goes, it's all just these white plastic that all look the same. And he said, you're doing something different. So here's a bottle of wine. And he rode off. So I was like, wow, that's the first time in 20-some years where it wasn't like figuring that something was broke down, you know. So we can use clicking these buttons. It's all right. So how many sailboats do we have in the audience out here? Probably about half. And then power boats. How many of you are taking off on an extended voyage, like Alaska or beyond? Oh, a good number.
Quite a few,
Excellent. We encourage that. So here's some fun stuff. This is up an icy strait right outside of Glacier Bay. And we got some, oh, now it's going automatically. Let's see if that keeps going. Anyways, we got lucky. And, I mean, if you spend enough time out there, you gotta, we gotta figure out how to stop this thing. It just keeps going automatically now. Anyways. It's got a mind of its own today. Yeah. See if it holds there. So I've been asked, how do you get photographs like this? It's easy. You just have to wait till the whales are there and they start jumping. And then you take about 3,000 digital photographs. We had 3 cameras running. And then you spend the next 2 months sorting through them going, I took too many pictures. Because this show went on for over a half an hour.
Wow.
And it was definitely pretty stunning. And then right from there, so if you haven't been to Southeast Alaska, it's one of my favorite places. This is Baranof Hot Springs, and these are like hot tub type water. And they've piped it down the mountain, so you got to hike up to them. But down, it goes down to these little float homes, and they got public bathhouses with endless hot water running into them. So you can get in there, and if you get cold, you can just turn it on, and the water just overflows into the ocean. And it was definitely a spectacular thing. So part of this was just to get Nigel here. I think he should stop leaving his boat over there in Europe. I think he should go through the Northwest Passage and then zip down and see Alaska. So just saying.
Me too.
Okay. Well, you could show Terry some cool pictures then and sell it to her.
Yes.
So this is Hornby Island up in the Straits of Georgia. And the water here, it's so flat like this that in the summer on an incoming tide, it's warm enough to swim in. And so it's a pretty lovely place. Today we're going to talk about, 5 things, 6 things that are really important. Kind of a synopsis from the last couple of days of things. And being in tune is one of them. Cranking up your engine. The big thing with electrical, monitoring our batteries. Nigel's going to talk a little bit about fuel again today, I think. I've got one tip. It's all fuel, and then a little bit of maintenance. And so hopefully you get a bunch of these nuggets to really go into. And so what is being in tune? I think so many of our problems have early warning signs. And my wife, of course, thinks I'm a nut, and I am. But when things happen that are different, that's when you should look at it. And this was a boat here that I went on with this motor mount. And I was down there looking at something, and I noticed that the batteries, this boat was still working. The boat owner thought everything was perfect. And I'm like, well, it works today, but I'm not sure you're ready to go up to, say, Wrangell, because they want to do the inside passage. So we're doing a look around, and we tightened down the motor mount, and a week later, his wife says, wow, that's interesting. The galley cabinet quit rattling. I said, yeah. I'm like, well, how long was it rattling? Like 6 months. I'm like, so being in tune means your boat shouldn't just change all of a sudden. If it does, let's get a mechanic in there and find out why. And so we started this little thing about being in tune and checking it out. It's like our diesel motors. I go out a boat and somebody's cranking on it, and I said, man, is it always that hard to start? Yeah, well, no, it used to start better. I'm like, it's a diesel. It's not a 67 Ford pickup truck. It should start just like it did forever. And if it doesn't, get a mechanic in there and figure out why. And so that was the the idea of looking around and being in tune for sure. I I like the daily engine room checks. My son went in the Navy, and he's like, Dad, they go in the engine room every hour. I'm like, yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's okay if you're on the government salary, but for cruisers, we're looking at the whales and the birds and being out there. But I really try to encourage everyone to once, during every passage, to open your engine room compartment. Don't rely on cameras. You want to rely on your nose and your eyes and your ears and just take a good look around. You know, clean oil sorbs. And I think that's good enough. If I motor for 6 hours, I'm going to look in there once, you know, because, I mean, every hour, that's ridiculous. And then, speaking of when things change, so I had an old Perkins diesel. It was about 35 years old, and we were pulling into the marina, and I told my wife, she's driving because she wants to make sure she can do everything on the boat. And I said, could you just speed it up a little bit? She had it really low at idle. And she glares at me, and she speeds it up a little bit. She goes in, ties up to the dock. Well, she pulls up, and I tie up the lines, and she says, you probably ought to get me a glass of wine. So I get her a glass of wine, and she said, so what's wrong with your boat? I'm like, what? She says, well, when we bought it, I could drive into the marina at idle, and everything was fine. And now it's shaking like a leaf, and you're telling me just to speed it up. I'm like, fair enough. And she says, you teach these classes, something has changed. I've been in the class. What is it? And I knew what it was. I was ignoring it. It was the drive plate. When the springs get bad in those old Perkins, right? And so it was shaking at idle. But you got to remove the whole doggone transmission and the shaft and da-da-da-da-da. So I'm like, I was thinking I could get a couple more years out of it. And so it's a problem with my boat, apparently. Make sure Terry sees these. So apparently in Scotland, all I hear is about gales endlessly. Yeah, it's a little different out here on the West Coast. I've been very fortunate, but this is Cape Caution looking towards Japan, right? And I've had 3 or 4 of these passages where it actually was the last time it gets miserable because the oceans swell and there's not enough wind to get a sail up to stabilize it. Now, if you really want to sail, you just got to look at your weather, and there's opportunities to sail. But it's if you know, for us, for power boaters and stuff, it's often just like this. I think it's really good. I think you should give it a go. Up in the Broughtons, which is another wonderful place to cruise. How many have been to the Broughtons? Just a couple. So Lagoon Cove, they've got a thing. When you're up north, if you get a license, getting fish and prawns and crab and everything is super easy. But Lagoon Cove goes out and they pull a pot every day and they bring in fresh prawns for happy hour. And the boaters just bring a dish to pass. So you just pull up into the marina there and every day they bring up prawns. And so there's just some spectacular places around here to go cruising at. So another one is Pruth Bay. So this is just past Cape Caution. That right there reminds me of Hawaii. It is just stunningly beautiful, and people don't even know, like, the Pacific Northwest has these beautiful beaches and plus all the wildlife and everything else. And so that's it's definitely on my my to-do list. When I first started cruising, being a mechanic, and I don't know if you did this, Nigel, but I knew I could fix things, but I thought I wouldn't be able to buy parts anywhere. And I thought I should be towing a whole barge behind me of spare parts. And my wife is like, you know, just rat-holing stuff every single compartment and on and on. And I've yarded off hundreds of pounds of useless stuff that I used to pack around on my boat. Because if it's a well-maintained vessel, you really don't need a ton of spare parts. You can work with your mechanic, but I mean, it's a few things. And Northwest Explorations, they have a fleet. They've been running between 15 and 20 boats to Southeast Alaska and back every year. And they have a meticulous maintenance record. Like, if you want to be part of the fleet, here's a list. You can do it yourself, or they have their own mechanics. And they have never had a breakdown in 20 years. They put 500 hours a year on their boats. Now, the boat owners do complain. It's expensive, right? They're like, you're going to put new duckbill valves in the discharge pump. You're going to, you know, do your cooling system maintenance. Everything that should be done by the manufacturer plus their list gets done, and every single thing gets tested. And the boat owners complain a little, you know, they're like, oh, it's the 3-year cycle on the furnace, it gets a new glow plug and a new filter and a new, but because they do that maintenance, right, whatever, 20, you know, that's 400 trips to Alaska without a big mechanical breakdown. So, well maintained. That's my new belief. It's just do the maintenance and go have fun. And the thing is, on the West Coast here, I don't know where you're cruising at, we have fishing towns everywhere. And it might take a few days, but there's mechanics and parts and fuel, you know. And I'm like, if I do need a part and I got to, you know, sit out and wait a few days, it's not the end of the world. So these are some of the places that I've cruised that I'll talk about today. The Inside Passage, of course. I grew up in Lake Michigan and did the Great Circle. I didn't do the Great Circle. I did parts of it with my parents. Super good experience that I could talk about if anybody's considering doing that. I talked about Pruth Bay, but many of you have probably been to Desolation Sound. A lot of my students haven't, and I'm trying to encourage them to get up there because it's not that far. It's very easy to do, and it's beautiful. So this is, look at how clear that water is. And Desolation Sound, of course, is where the tides meet. And so there's no current. So right in the middle of Vancouver Island, an incoming tide will come from Straits of Juan de Fuca north and around the top end of the island south, and the water just goes up and down. And so it's warm enough you can jump in and swim. Well, actually, our water's warm enough you can jump in and swim every day. John Neal does. Says it keeps him young. It's 47 degrees. I am not jumping in that water.
No way.
But the exploring up there, and this is similar to where you were at in Sweden, where there's a lot of rings in the walls because it gets crowded, and so you just drop your anchor and then pull back and tie your butt so you're not swinging around, and so it's really, really great places to anchor. And this is the same area. The boat that I just showed right there is that little bay that I was talking about, but there's a passageway through here, there's a bay over here, there's a huge bay over here. There's this long finger, which is a bay, and boats line up all through here. So your small boats, your stand-up paddle boards and dinghies and kayaks and stuff, you can explore for weeks up here in this area. It's just stunningly beautiful. There I am with the deflatable dinghy up on the beach. And here's a little tip. Even for myself, I had the life sling for 10, 12 years, and I finally jumped overboard, told my wife I'm overboard, come get me. And I recommended everybody try this because if you try it in 47-degree water, it's going to be more difficult. But we have a sailboat, and it's hard to get back on. And we learned that the yellow line that comes out of the bag, first of all, is a pretty shitty line. I mean, it'll pick you up, but it's just a ball of mess. But it is super long because you want to be able to circle around and get it to somebody. But we had a procedure to swing the boom out and use the winch and pull me up, which Lynette could do. The problem was all that line was just a rat's nest, and so we swapped out the block and got an opening block so that we could just pull in until I was near the boat, slap it in the opening block, and winch me up. And so it took an extra 5-10 minutes of mucking around, but it was a perfect day. But I recommend go up north where it's warm and practice with your life sling. It's a big deal. A lot of the boats I go on, there's not a lot of considerations for getting people back on board. You've got a nice open stern. It's probably a little easier.
No, because we've got a wind vane in the way.
Oh, yeah.
So actually we have a long line on one of the electric winches, so that it's long enough to get down to the water, so we can clip it on and pull somebody up. But to be quite honest, we've been in cold water for the last 17 years. We haven't practiced that in a very long time. We used to throw hats off the back of the boat, and Terry would jump in and get them. And then after a bit, she decided this might be pushing her luck. So she stopped doing that. That was in the Caribbean, though, where it's 84 degrees.
Yeah, it's a little different.
Yeah.
A little bit different. So a couple things in the electrical. This is what's going to cause your engine not to crank. And by the way, they're incredible. Nigel and I have been sourcing, trying to find a wore-out diesel motor in the recreational market. I've been playing around with Gardner diesels just for fun. Some of my people, English motors, right?
Yeah, they're beautifully built.
Beautiful. So I just talked to a guy I've done a couple stories with 80,000 hours. He bought a fish boat with 80,000 hours on it. Now, it had been overhauled once. He wasn't sure when in that 80,000 hours. And then he fished it another 5 years. Ran like a watch. They do 20-hour days on those trollers. So this is the romantic troller. You know, you put the poles out, catch the fish on the hooks, and they just, I see them in Alaska. They come in about midnight, drop their anchor, and by 4 in the morning, they're gone again. And they just fish all day. And so 80,000 hours. But, you know, you got to get that thing started up, first of all. And so I had a couple of things. You want to verify your start battery is separated. I've had some people run into that. And this is your homework assignments, right? And make sure it's being charged from the engine when your engine's running. And there's a couple ways to do that. Maybe test your emergency parallel. I've had a number of boats. They're like, yeah, I've got a switch that says emergency parallel. And of course, they click that and nothing happens because they've never tested it. So you can test it if you take the lead off from your start battery and tape it up. Don't short it out with anything, because often when you go to emergency parallel, it will be energized, and see if your motor starts up, just to know that it works.
What is that parallel?
So usually, well, it's usually a switch that will parallel your start battery and your house battery bank to if your start battery. And when I say if, when, so we were doing a flotilla. My wife always gets most nervous when there's a flotilla, you know, 8 people following behind us, and we're, quote, the professionals. The first night at anchor, I go to start the boat up, and it goes, doesn't start. So I go down and tear off the battery box and get my $500 Fluke multimeter, and I stick the battery, and I yell at my wife, battery's dead. She's like, yeah, no shit. I don't think we needed a $500 meter to figure that one out. She's like, you're just wasting time. So I started it up off the house battery, and it was fine. But so I got back and I changed the start battery. And turns out I've often said, when one battery is failing on the boat, probably should change out the rest. 2 months later, we're in over on Lopez, and we're reading books. And I'm sitting there with my coffee, and I look up, and I'm like, oh, no. My bow thruster battery is at 11 volts. And my wife is like, you're such a dumbass. She goes, we had a nephew, 16-year-old football player, helped you change the start battery. Why didn't you buy the button? She's like, now you got to do it by yourself. And I'm like, sort of. I get it. I'm like, but it was it's like a 4D Lifeline battery, you know, it's $700. And I'm like, she's like, follow your own advice. You tell people when the batteries start to go, like I know, but so life lessons right
actually,
there.
Mike, I hadn't thought about this before, but we had a number of people in the class the last day or two that have got common rail engines.
Yeah.
And those all require a lot of electricity to run. And that's another reason for making sure that you've got a separate cranking battery. Because if you've got some high load device on the boat, like a windlass, and the battery's starting to age a bit, and you turn that on and it drops the voltage on that battery down below 9 volts, your common rail engine's going to shut down because they have a low voltage threshold. And then it could be at a very awkward moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. So on your house battery bank, I think the number one thing I recommend is that you have to have some way to know what your state of charge is. And that's the number one thing I see that people aren't doing. Voltage is not a good representation, and a boat owner just needs, we've got modern equipment now that is not expensive. It'll ping it to your phone. You know, we're so used to it on our cell phones and our watches and everything else. We know exactly how much power we have. Make sure that you know how much power you have on your house battery bank. And usually we know it's not enough, but you'll get there eventually. So it's a way to check it out. So that's a couple of electrical tidbits that I put in there. This was my last epic voyage. Anacortes, Ketchikan, up the little passage here. We were on a big high pressure zone, and so we just had no wind, and we just kept going and going and going. And so without lifting a sail, for those of you, if you got an efficient boat, is 140 gallons of diesel fuel, 16 days, 10 docks. So about every other day we were at a dock, and just a kind of a spectacular trip. And you know, this is the boat that I cruise on, that I've showed you, built in the 70s. It's very old. It's terrible. you know, it's 47-foot boat. And what's your waterline length? You're a 46-foot boat, so probably 45 and a half?
No, it's about 40, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think my 47-foot requires a 57-foot slip, and the waterline's about 36 and a half feet.
Yes.
It's awful.
Yes. Yeah.
Compromises aren't so right. But anyways, but what I try to do with all of my students is you don't need a big boat to do the inside passage. And so for those that are watching the video later on, I think the two boats that had the most fun in all the flotillas I've done going to Alaska was a Catalina 30 and a little 25-foot-ish Sea Dory. They're in the flotilla with 60-foot Salines and Nordhavens, and I think they had the most fun. Just the basic, simple lifestyle of heading out. We're in protected water. The most you have to go, I think, between Seattle or Olympia all the way to Southeast Alaska is under 80 miles for fuel range, between fuel stops and docks and picking up a loaf of bread. It is so much easier than most people think. And in fact, my student Dave, well, first of all, Weemus Island, my colleague Matt grew up out there. There was this hippie lady way back when, took a dugout canoe. And so now the race to Alaska is proving that it's easy. They're doing it in stand-up paddle boards and all sorts of crazy boats. They're getting up there. Dave took his kayak up there, and this was pre-YouTube. I wish I could have got him on film. He's off cruising again. But he kayaked all over the East Coast. He went to Alaska and back, and he went to Port Townsend, and he bought himself a 26-foot Contessa. And the first thing he did is he threw away the batteries, the engine, all the electrical system, and got a couple of big oars because he didn't know anything about those systems. And he picked up his wife in Port Townsend. He met her there. And they spent 6 years and went to the South Pacific and back.
Wow.
He says, you know how cool that boat was? It carries so much food compared to a kayak. It would go by itself. Those white floppy things, he goes, you don't even have to paddle. And so he called me up, he and his wife, and they're like, turns out we're going to get a bigger boat. We're going to need to know something about engines and electrical. And so they came and did our program for 2 years. They bought a 40-foot boat from New Zealand, Kauri wood, a little cold molded, and they're off working and cruising in far away places. But it's a thing. And then there's lots of stories of little boats. If you go down here to the show, Gig Harbor later today, and look at these little boats, somebody took one, I think from Seattle. It's been a while since I read the story. They did 1,500 miles, went all the way to Prince William Sound, across the Gulf of, up, around the edge of the Gulf of Alaska. They didn't go across it, but epic cruising, small boats. And that's what I really encourage. There's that Sea Dory tied up in the same bay with all the big mega yachts, and they're just enjoying their time on the water, just like the rest of us. So that's, I think, just getting out there and doing it. So, any questions about that little bit of segment one? Yep.
How easy going was your 16-day trip to Ketchikan? Was that a race up there?
Oh, that was not a race. I got zero interest in racing. Reference, it's an average of probably 30, 35 miles a day. A couple 60-mile days. If you go to the YouTube channel, again, you got to go back there, I videoed the whole thing. I did a vlog. It's an hour, and it's the 16 days of how many miles we went, how many engine hours we had, where we stopped, and some little sights and things, so you can actually get an idea of the trip. We've also done the trip fisherman style, which is nonstop. The first trip we did, Mark Bunzel was going to come on crew. Well, my son, we're sitting there, and we're fixing dinner, and we're telling, Lynette and I are talking, as soon as that booger kid's out of the house, we're going to Alaska, And he's like, whoa, Mom, Dad, time out. I want to go to Alaska. And we're like, dude, you're 17 years old. We're talking no friends, nothing, 3 months, right? He's like, yeah, let's go. So we just immediately dropped all our plans before he graduated high school and said, we better take him to Alaska. And so Mark made a 15-day itinerary, and everybody made plans, and da-da-da. And the rule was we were leaving at 4:30 a.m. on the tide. And so I said, everybody has to be on board that night before, because I don't wait for anybody. I'm like, I need to see you. So everybody's on board. I'd been working like crazy on the boat for a couple weeks. Was the boat ready to go? No. It's still not ready to go. But that's just what you do. You put away the tools and fire up the motor and go. We had it full of fuel. And so everybody was sitting around, and the weather looked like this. And this was June 17th or 18th. We're talking solstice. We're talking 20 hours of daylight in the Northwest. It's amazing. And so everybody's like, why are we waiting until 4? Because we had planned on trying to do an overnight. So we cranked up the motor, sent the boat off, and I promptly went down and took a 3-hour nap. But we ended up throwing Mark's itinerary out, and he starts reworking his itinerary on a spreadsheet. And we cleared customs, and we kept going. And the next day, we're like, well, Seymour Narrows is slack at 2 a.m. Seems like a good time to go through because we don't even have to stop. And so we went through Seymour Narrows in the dark, following a seine boat, and we never shut the engine off. And 93 hours, 94 hours engine time, boom, 7 knots, we were in Ketchikan. So now, although I complain about the boat a whole lot, we were also we were in the minor tide swings, so there wasn't a lot of logs in the water. When you get the real high tides, they all come off. But my keel's like this thick, and the propeller's 3 feet below water, completely protected, so we can drive over logs and pots and debris and stuff like that. And that is one of the few advantages of that boat. But it allowed us to just travel all night. And then we got to spend 6 weeks in Alaska and come home. And that trip, we burned 500 gallons of fuel. So it was a thing. So does that answer your question about how many days? There's several ways to go.
4 days nonstop.
4 days nonstop, 10 days pretty reasonable, ideally 3 weeks.
What can you say about minimum engine size and going through the rapids? Because I've heard some comments about needing a certain size engine to be able
All you got to do is know how to predict the currents. It's slack every 6 hours. You can get through with a 10 horse on the back of your sailboat. I mean, they do it in human-powered boats. Everybody goes through Seymour Narrows. So, and I routinely will pass different boats because I know, once you know how the tides work, and Mark, the tide guides are really easy. It tells you the direction it's going at flood and ebb, and, you just want to catch it, when it's pushing this way and slows down, so it just pushes you right through. Or you're going to creep up on it and wait for it to slow down, and then once it slows down, take off and have it run with you. Well, I say you should have a tide guide. The first trip, Denny, who built that Black Pearl, invited me along in early 90s, 92, and we took off across the Straits of Georgia, couldn't see a thing. All we had was a little flip chart and compass, and he goes, I hadn't cruised out here. He goes, pick the compass course. He goes, just stick with that course and don't let anybody hit us. So I'm like, this was 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, where are you going? He's like, I don't know, take a bath, make some breakfast, read a book, and he just disappears. And I'm like, holy cow. And I'm on this giant boat, and you can't see the other side, of course, and we're just motoring, and we got up to Princess Louisa. We didn't have a tide guide on the boat. He's like, well, the tide's coming out, so we'll be okay. So we go up to the tide, and we're going full speed, and we're just creeping up there. And he goes, okay, it's like a river, right? So you got steerage. He goes, just sit right there. And he goes, keep slowing down so you don't get into the rapids with the engine. And he goes, when you get down to 1,000 ripums, come get me. I'm like, where the hell are you going? He's like, down below. I don't know what he's doing. And so I'm just sitting there freaked out. I'm going to run into the rocks or something. I keep slowing down and slowing down and slowing down. And, the tide is slowing down. Got to 1,000. I'm like, okay, Denny, we're at 1,000. What do we do? He's like, give her hell. $2,000. We can get in now. And so we zip through the tidal rapids. And he's like, Mother Nature. He goes, you just got to sit back and be observant. You can figure it out. And so that was my first trip back in early 90s on that boat. So I've had it a long time. So I guess I have to keep it. Any other questions?
We specifically didn't do any tidal rapids because we were told with a 30 horsepower motor it was not enough. Impossible.
Well, it depends on the tidal rapids. If it's a river that always is moving, but it's a tidal against it, then that could be true. But all the rapids that we go through in the Inside Passage go both ways.
Yeah, this was like to get to the Broughtons.
To get to the
We
Broughtons?
just didn't go to the Broughtons because of that.
I would go next time. Bad advice. Hole in the wall is going to stop every day. Boom. Go over to the Octopus Islands.
Actually get a free ride through.
Yeah, if you do it right. Other questions? We're going to let Nigel get into his early days on speaking of home-built boats and compromises.
Yes. So I wrote a little book 2 or 3 years ago called Shakedown Cruise, about our first extended cruise. So much of this derives from those days, but before we ever got there, where's the thing for moving this thing?
Same as yours, right
This one right there.
That one or the one to the side, I don't remember which one.
I met Terry in 1971. She was a wild American teenager, way more fun than any English girlfriend I'd ever had. And my brother had this boat on the east coast of England, and he was in Canada. So I said to Terry, let's go sailing on my boat. Didn't tell her it wasn't my boat. So we rounded up a crew, and we filled the bilges with homemade beer. I was a pretty good brewer in college. We used to brew 20 gallons a week, and we drank it every week. And then we get out there, and Terry says, well, let's go to Amsterdam, which is on the other side of the North Sea. And I didn't know how to navigate, but I had a copy of Eric Hiscock's book on board, Cruising Under Sail. Have any of you read that? This is like 30, 40 years ago, and it has a chapter on piloting. So we pointed the boat in the right direction, and I'm down below reading the book and throwing up in a bucket and kind of figuring it out. And we had one chart for the other side of the North Sea, which was from before the Second World War. So, and unfortunately, after the war, they changed all the buoys off the coast there. So when we got close to Europe, we had absolutely no idea where we were. So we followed a ferry into Ostend, and then we got in the ferry dock when they were trying to dock it, and that engine had a hand-cranked engine, and we couldn't get the engine to run. And then we hit a dredger, and then we picked up the harbour master's mooring, which pissed him off somewhat. And then, so we sat there, and then a gale blew up. And in Hiscock's book, it says, you never get over your fear of gales until you've been in one. So I said to the crew, okay, we're headed out. So they frog marched me to the end of this pier. I was blowing a hoolie, and they said, we're not going anywhere. So anyway, we made it to Amsterdam. And then on the way back, we were becalmed in the middle of the North Sea. And the boat, again, a hand-cranked engine. It was nighttime. We had kerosene navigation lights, and we could see a ship bearing down on us. And we couldn't get the engine started in time to get out of the way, and it smacked into the back of us, and it split the transom off the back of the boat and the planks on both sides. And we would have sunk, except that it was flat calm, which was why we couldn't get out of the way. So, and then they had to take us in tow, which is what's going on right here. And they towed us back to Holland, and we didn't have a penny between any of us. So we had to leave the boat in a yard, and we had to get the British consulate to send us home. And in those days, people were going to Afghanistan to pick up opiated hash. So anybody that got home was typically just ran out of money in Afghanistan. So then forever after, until I got a new passport, every time I went through customs, I got searched. But what I learned from that was that it's absolutely essential on a boat, and it really is, to have an engine that starts at the push of a button. And you need to stay on top of that. And more than almost anything else, because your engine is your ace in the hole, whether it's a sailboat or a powerboat. It's what gets you out of trouble, and it's what generates your electricity and gives you that lifestyle on board. And Terry evidently didn't learn very much, because 3 years later she married me. So yeah, before you laugh too loudly, I want to see your pictures from 1971. Yes, it was a wonderful jacket, yes. I still had the pins in it. She was making it the night before. And so she wouldn't go near a sailboat again for years. So we built a couple of canal boats in England, and we bought the hulls, steel hulls, and then we built the rest from it. This is where we learned our first boat building experience. The first boat, we had it delivered on a truck. That's the one on the top right. To a boatyard in Oxford, England. And to get to the boatyard, you went down a fairly narrow road. And when the truck got there, this is a 70-foot boat behind a big truck, so it's a pretty long rig. And it turned out they couldn't get the truck round the corner into this street to get down to the boatyard because there were a bunch of parked cars in the way. So we got, just passers-by, we got a whole bunch together and we carried the cars out of the way. So people came back and the cars were somewhere else, and he still couldn't get it round the corner. And he'd evidently been in this problem before because he had a big steel plate in the back that he laid up against this little garden wall and put grease on it. And then he ran the truck up onto it and it slid sideways and he got it round the corner. So when we got the second one, we realized this wasn't going to work very well. So Oxford has a bypass, quite a big road around the city, and it goes over the River Thames. And so this is well before cell phones, so this was like a military operation. We had the truck driver and a crane lined up, so they arrived at the bridge at the same time. And by the time the police got to us, we already had the boat hanging over the bridge. So what are they going to do? So they let us launch it, and then the city wrote me a letter saying that we had grossly exceeded the weight limit on the bridge and they were going to sue us for structural damage. And then they looked at me and Terry, we're a couple of hippies with no money, and they gave up. So we never heard from them again. So what I know now and learned years later, I'll bet both of those boats are at the bottom of a canal somewhere in England because they're steel boats and we knew nothing about galvanic corrosion. And subsequently, of course, we've learned a lot. And I have a photo.
Is that one of the boats that you had the engine that you rebuilt at the community college?
Yes, yes. I'll get to that in a moment.
Okay, good.
Yes. So when we talk galvanic corrosion, this is a Cape Dory 26, a really nicely built boat with a big fan following in the cruising community. But they built them back in, this one was built probably 40 years ago, but they embedded steel backing plates in the laminate when they laid up the boats for the chain plates. And this is what happens after 40 years with a little bit of moisture penetration, and you could literally put your hand in there and just pull the backing plates out once you took the fiberglass off the top of them. And we've got various friends that have sheared off chain plates over the years, because when you put stainless steel in an area where there's moisture and there's no oxygen, which is what happens where the chain plate goes through the deck and moisture penetrates, the stainless steel is just about as corrosive as regular steel. It requires oxygen to keep it in its stainless fashion. The problem with chain plates is that you get one that breaks off, like on the top left there, our friend's boat. You have no idea if any of the others are rotten, because you can't see it, because it's in the deck structure. And so then you end up having to replace all of the chain plates on the boat just because you don't know what's going on in there. And half the time it's only the one that failed or would have failed. And so I've got two different friends here with two different boats that both had chain plates that snap off and that they had to go ahead and replace them all. We've had, this last couple of decades, we have a significant problem. Any of you have European-built boats? Just one there, the rest, one or two. So they've been using effectively high-end brass for underwater fittings for a couple of decades, and not bronze. They have a European standard for corrosion resistance for seacocks, and it only requires them to last 5 years, which is insane. Yep, ISO standard on seacocks, 5 years. And then, so they're using these high-end brasses, and you get this top right boat here, where's that pointer? Is 2 years old. This boat is 3 years old. This one is 40-something years old, and now it's got a brass fitting that should never be there that's corroding. But we've had a whole succession of these through. This boat is 3 years old. I won't tell you the brand. And these fittings look fine from the outside, but because they've got zinc in them, the zinc has been eaten out, and they got a very porous structure, and you give it a little whack with a hammer and it snaps in half. And this particular boat owner found this out when he actually stumbled over the water intake to the air conditioning system, and it broke off. The boat was in the water. Well, luckily, he had fids attached to all of his through hulls. How many of you have fids attached to your through hulls? Only one or two. And if you're going offshore, the fid is a really important piece of equipment. Incidentally, there's rubber fids now that are kind of tapered so that they'll fit pretty much any through hole. They come from Forspar, and they're not that expensive. And they're really nice, and you can push them in by hand. You don't have to hand, because they've got little ridges on them, and they'll just jam in there.
And not only when you get them, you got to tie them to the through hull. So I had a student who was a surveyor, and David comes on board my boat because he was learning about some electrical, some new ABYC stuff, right? So he could be up to on standards. And he goes in, he's looking at something, and he's like, Michael, where's your tapered plug? I said, oh, you know, when they surveyed the boat, they said I should have them. I have them on board. And he goes, okay, your boat's sinking, go.
Right, yes.
Son of a diddly.
Right.
I looked and looked, and about 20 minutes later, he's like, there's a reason we recommend you tie them to the seacock.
Yes. Yeah.
The string guides you to where the seacock is, because usually you're getting shot in the face with water.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Yeah, so this is a problem for pretty much any European-built boat in the last 20 years. So you need to watch those through hulls really carefully. And the other place we get corrosion, we often have stainless steel balls even inside a bronze seacocks, and then the stem will get corrosion, the stainless steel, because it's in an area where it doesn't get much oxygen.
If it's sold in the U.S., do they go by, say, I guess if it's built in Europe but sold in the U.S., are they likely to go by the European standards? Or?
If it's built in Europe and sold in the U.S., it'll have European through hulls on it. And in fact, a lot of the Beneteaus, for example, that are built in the U.S., they actually ship all the components over in a container from France to build them. And it's not just the cheaper boats, like the Oysters were using the same through hulls, and they're multi-million-dollar boats. And they might last for 10 years, and they might start to fail in 2 years. We've got here a bronze sleeve with an aluminum rudder shaft in it, and there's been some serious interaction between the two. So you need to have an understanding of corrosion issues, especially if you have any water, any metal below the waterline, which you're going to have with your prop shaft and your propeller and so on. And you need to make sure you've got adequate protection. So we couldn't afford, yes?
I just wanted to add, I'm actually having my boat pulled on the 1st of March because I've read through online forums that my boat has vulnerable rudders that stick down, and apparently the housings for Delrin bearings are made of aluminum, which is close to an anode.
Yes.
And they grow and they shrink and they crush the bearings.
Yes.
And the rudders freeze up.
Yep.
So I'm going to look at this before
Right.
I take off to Alaska.
Yes. Yeah, no, this stuff's really fundamental in terms of if you're going to go offshore, making sure that you don't have really serious problems.
Do either of you have lists on your websites on what metals should not be combined, or what metals are?
Well, basically, you can combine most metals as long as you've got a bonding system with the right amount of sacrificial anode on the other end of it. And obviously, we can't get into that today because that's a pretty big topic.
And I don't have any checklists on that either.
Yeah.
The thing with corrosion is a good visual inspection a couple times a year in your boat will go a long ways.
Yeah. And if you do have a bonding system and you've got sacrificial anodes, they're typically zinc, but nowadays you can replace them with aluminum, which is more effective and lasts longer and is less harmful to the environment. But if you do that, all of the anodes have to be aluminum. You can't just mix up zinc and aluminum in the system. And then you need to make sure that you replace them when they're half gone, because their effectiveness is directly proportional to the surface area. So if you wait until they're 3/4 gone, something else on your boat is already corroding. And if they're all gone, then something else is definitely corroding. So when it's half gone, and if you're going through them rapidly, then you probably should find somebody that, it's a real black art understanding corrosion issues on a boat. Find somebody that locally has got a good reputation for figuring these things out to help you to sort it out. It may just be that you need bigger anodes. That's often the case, particularly if you have a metal boat. So when we needed an engine for this boat, and we couldn't afford one, so I went to the local scrapyard and I bought a Perkins P4105. It's an old diesel engine. They built 11 million of them and put them in tractors mainly. And the British government had a course where they could train farmers in maintaining their tractor engines. So I signed up for the course and donated the engine as a class project, and they totally rebuilt it for free. I knew everything: pistons, rings, cylinders, bearings. Basically, I came out of there with a brand new engine. And then I stuck it in the boat, and this particular boat here, and I ran it for 25 hours, and then I drained all the oil out, and I told some of you in the diesel class, and then some friends came down and said, let's go to the pub, and I said, sure. So we fired up the engine without a lick of oil in it and a drain plug out the bottom, and headed up the River Thames to the pub and seized that engine up solid within about 100 yards. So we put a big socket on the crankshaft pulley nut and a 6-foot cheetah bar on it, and so plenty of WD-40, and we got it turning again, and it ran forever afterwards. But so they do need oil. And the maintenance, if you keep up with the maintenance on a diesel engine, it'll run forever. They're really, really reliable. And we had a wonderful time going up and down the canal system in England. This is back in the 70s when there weren't nearly as many boats as now. We lived on those boats while we built them for 6 years, the 2 boats. And then well, in actual fact, we pretty much lived in a pile of sawdust for almost the 53 years we've been together. It's just the last 3 years or so that we've had a house where we haven't been doing much in the way of modifications. So the essentials for a diesel engine, they need microscopically clean fuel, and we went through this over and over again in the diesel class. They need oil, they need air, they need an unobstructed supply of cooling water, and since we're sucking the water out of the sea and then dumping it back, there's all kinds of ways that we can get obstructions. So we need to be very familiar with that system and where the problems may arise, so that if we're in the boonies somewhere and we start to overheat, we know where to start looking for the obstruction, and we know how to clear it. And then we need if you're on a sailboat, your engine is going to be below the waterline. It will have somewhere a hose that goes up and down again, and there's a little valve at the top of that, and that has to be maintained on a regular basis, at least once a year, just taken off and flushed. And it really should be more often than that. And if you don't do that, you're at risk at some point of filling your engine with salt water. And we've taken on fuel from places all over the world. Right here, we're actually on an island off the coast of Mexico because we had a very quiet crossing of the Gulf of Mexico and ran out of fuel. So we're picking up fuel from the lighthouse keeper from very dubious sources. So you need to have a decent way of maintaining this. And again, we looked at this in the diesel class, so I won't go into this in detail. But the single most important modification you can make to your boats in terms of a reliable engine is to put in a tube that goes to the very bottom of your fuel tank, the lowest point, maybe 1/8 of an inch from the bottom, with a little pump on it. It can be a hand pump, or it can be an electric pump. You can get 12-volt diesel pumps from the automotive store, and periodically suck a sample of fuel from the bottom of the tank. And that way you'll get out any water that's in there, and you'll get out any gross contamination, and it'll keep your tank pretty clean. And then your fuel filters are just cleaning up the residual contamination. And we had on our boat, we've taken on filthy fuel in lots of places with water and all kinds of problems. And I'm not going to go into detail on that because we did that in the diesel class. But that is the single most useful modification you can make to your boat, is to put in that sampling line. And it's generally speaking, not that hard to do and not very expensive.
That's
So-
the siphon break too. I'd like to
Yes.
ping that again because I was in Alaska. This guy in the logbook on a nice Passport 40, the motor had been flooded 3 times and rebuilt. And I was sitting there going, okay, we got to figure this out. I said, you got to clean your vented loop. And he goes, I don't have one. And I looked at the exhaust elbow and I could see these hoses going up, you know. And I said, you do have a vented loop. So we go up into the main salon and he goes, see, no vented loop. I'm like, it's right here in the corner behind that beautiful teak. And he goes, well, that's my Bob Perry beautiful teak. We're not going to destroy it. I said, then you can keep buying engines.
Yes.
He's like, what do you do? I'm like, I gave him a hole saw, 3-inch hole saw. And I said, drill right there.
Right. Yep.
And sure enough, they had buried the vented loop, and the boat just kept going through motors, and nobody stopped to figure out to clean the vented loop. And I'm like, just buy some nice artwork and just cover that hole, you know. But
The guy that bought our last boat flooded the engine and had to buy a new engine.
yeah.
It happens way more often than it should do. And those of you with power boats, most of you have generators. It's not that uncommon with generators. Especially if the generator is installed off-center. because there are times when the boat's rocking and rolling, and that generator, even though it's installed above the waterline, the static waterline, there are times when it goes under the waterline, and if it's not running, which it isn't much of the time, you can start to get water finding its way into the generator. So just have a look at that. So then we moved to Louisiana, where some of Terry's family is based, and we bought another bare hull, this time a fiberglass hull, and it literally was a bare hull. It had a single bulkhead in it to stop the sides collapsing when they trucked it down to us. And we built the rest of the boat, including casting the lead for the ballast and doing all the installation and everything. And there was a couple called Miles and Beryl Smeaton that decided to sail around Cape Horn, and they got capsized on the way. So then they got into Chile, and they fixed the boat up, and I think they lost the mast. And then they decided to try again, and they got pitch-poled. And they wrote a book about it. It's called Once is Enough. And I read this book, so I was really paranoid. And when the capsize and the pitch-pole, it stove in the part of the cabin top and so on. So I was really paranoid about things getting stove in. So we put in enough deck structure for a pretty nominal deck. And then we put in enough plywood for a deck on its own without any deck structure. And then we put enough fiberglass on it that we didn't need either the plywood or the deck structure. So we built this enormously heavy deck, so the boat would never go to windward ever after, and it still won't to this day. That boat is still sailing because they'd roll the side decks under. And so the water is always sluicing up the side decks on that boat when you go to windward. But anyway, it was a very strong deck. And that's the boat we built. It's a sort of quintessential 1970s cruising boat. It doesn't look anything like the boat we own today because we've learned a lot about what really counts for seaworthiness. But back in those days, we thought you had to have a double ender. Well, we finished this boat off up a bayou in Louisiana. This is Lake Pontchartrain, and New Orleans is down here. And then there's this other lake. It's about 12 miles in diameter, Lake Maurepas, and then we're up this bayou.
Is that where Paul keeps his boat?
No, he's actually somewhere over here on the north shore of it. And so we're building it in the swamps, finishing it off with all kinds of mosquitoes and bugs and things. And then we did all of our sea trials in Lake Maurepas, and you get these squalls coming through, and you'll get all of a sudden 50-knot winds. And it's a relatively shallow lake. It's about 10 or 12 feet. Well, you can see it's 12, 11, whatever. And it gets really rough really fast. And we tore winches off the mast. We snapped the windlass, the main shaft on the windlass. I mean, it was some pretty severe sea trials in that little lake. So we got the boat fully finished and decided it was time to go to sea. And there's an interstate that runs across the passage into Lake Pontchartrain and then out to the Gulf of Mexico. And we get to the bridge and find we can't fit under it. And so we'd never looked at the chart. So we're kind of in a bit of a pickle here. But it's just as well that boat was top heavy, because I was able to go to the top of the mast, and we laid the boat up against the pilings there, and then I could grab the girders on the bridge, and I could just pull the boat over like this till it was tipped over sideways, and then we'd pop under a girder. And those girders are about 8 feet deep. They're quite deep. And then it would pop up, and then we'd get to the next one, and we'd do the same thing. And there's two spans on that internet, one in each direction. So we got in the middle between the two spans, and there were two barges coming towards us. And some years before, a barge had hit the bridge and knocked one of the spans down, and a whole bunch of people went over the edge, and they lost, I don't know, half a dozen lives, maybe a dozen. And so we're sitting there between the two bridges, waiting for the barges to come by, and the first barge comes by, and the skipper leans out the pilot house, and he says, "The guy behind me is the one that knocked the bridge down." So he had a pretty nasty sense of humor. So anyway, we got the boat into Lake Pontchartrain, and of course we never went back to Maurepas. And then for our maiden voyage, we decided to go across the Gulf of Mexico to the Yucatan Peninsula. And this is about a 500-mile more there and back, about 600 miles altogether. And the prevailing winds are from the southeast. And then you've got the Gulf Stream loop current that comes up through here. And on the perimeter of the loop current is running most of the time at 4 knots. It's quite strong. So we got a boat that won't go to windward, and we're attempting a windward passage, and we've got a 4-knot current we have to deal with. So my strategy was to wait for a cold front to come through. This is like December, November, December, and in the wintertime in the south you get these cold fronts about every week. And when they come through, the wind goes from southeast, it tracks around to southwest, and then you get the frontal system come through with squalls and 30, 40, 50 knot winds, and then all of a sudden the wind switches into the north, and it's quite rapid. And then it stays in the northwest and it tracks around slowly back to the southeast. And depending on how strong a cold front it is, it might take 2 days and it might take 5 days. Well, I picked a doozy of a cold front. And we had 5 days of gale force winds crossing the Gulf of Mexico. And we had no way to tell where the loop current was. Nowadays, you just go online actually and you just see what's going on. But back in those days, you couldn't. So we had a thermometer that we hung in the water. And in the wintertime, the water up here is about 50-something degrees. And when you hit the loop current, it's 80. So it'll go in 5 minutes, it'll change 30 degrees. And so we've got the thermometer hanging over the side, and we'd check it. And every time the temperature started to go up, we'd go a little bit west, so to get out of the edge of the loop current. So we get down off the Yucatan coast, and it's really blowing a hoolie, and now it shoals out a bit here. We've got what were probably 20-foot breaking waves, and I had way too much sail up, and I had the downwind pole up, I had the full Jenny out, I had the main up, and everybody said it's time to reef, and I was having too much fun. So they all went below and said, well, there, you can take it then. This is the middle of the night again. And we had a 7-foot tiller on that boat, and we'd surf down the wave faces. It never went that fast again. And I couldn't hold it with the tiller, and then it would round up in the troughs, and then we'd race down the next one. From what I know now, we're very lucky we didn't roll the boat over. But in the middle of the night, the downwind pole rips loose from the mast, and I had it clipped into the clew of the sail, so it's spinning around like a big propeller, and then it disappears in the night. So at that point, I realized that I probably should have paid attention and reefed down a little bit. So I'm a bit slow to learn on some of this stuff. So we had the rail underwater, even though it was a downwind passage, one or other rail underwater the whole time because we was just rocking and rolling with these winds. And we get into this Isla Harris where this is, you get through a narrow reef entrance and you come into this beautiful anchorage, and we get anchored up, and then we go say hi to the boat next to us, and they had recently pulled in, and lo and behold, they had a downwind pole on the deck that they had just picked up floating around in the Gulf of Mexico. So it wasn't ours, but it was a perfect fit, and they gave it to us. So what I learned from that is you really don't have to pay attention when your partner tells you it's time to reef down, because Providence will take care of you. And we've had a problem with this reefing issue ever since, actually. It's still a topic of discussion on a regular basis. So that passage, we stripped most of the varnish that Terry had lovingly put 7 coats of varnish on everything, and we stripped it off with the rails being underwater for a week. And we struggled with that for years. How many of you have fancy varnish finishes on your boats? Not many. There's such a pain in the backside keeping up with it. We tried Cetal, we tried all kinds of stuff, and then finally we just painted all the wood. Bright red paint, because that at least holds up. And then ever since then, we've never had any varnished woodwork outside the cabin on any of our boats. And the other thing we had done on that boat, we had lovingly created a teak deck with a nice king plank and done all of that stuff, and it looked really nice. But those teak decks in a hot climate, they get really hot underfoot, too hot to walk on in bare feet, and they collect dirt, and they're a big maintenance item, and after 10 or 15 or 20 years, you've got to rip them off and do it again. So we did, ultimately, we took an angle grinder to that teak deck and ripped it off the boat and put a bit of a non-skid down on top instead. And we've never had a teak deck since. They really are a pain in the backside. So then, having done a little bit of sea trialing here, I decided it was time to go around the world. We had a 1-year-old at that point, and Terry was 5 months pregnant, so it wasn't probably the best timing on my part. And so we loaded the boat with everything we could think of, like you were talking about. I had a variable pitch unit, I had oxyacetylene, I had a vacuum pump for a refrigeration system. The boat was down 3 or 4 inches on its waterline. Every single locker was packed so tight that when we opened them at sea, everything would fall out. So we went from New Orleans to Key West, which is another like 300 or 400 mile passage. And by the time we got to Key West, the entire boat was full up with stuff that had fallen out of lockets. And so I went, they had a second-hand store called Sailor Man in Key West. And also we had on there, I had read in Hal Roth's book. Did you read his books? He advocated for diesel stoves because he was from this area where you got miserable weather. And those things are hot all the time. Well, so I had put one of those on the boat, and now we're down south, and the whole boat was just an oven all the time. So we were very close to a divorce at that point. So I pulled that stove off of the boat, and I took it to Sailor Man, and I pulled off hundreds of feet of line and a whole bunch of other stuff and took it all to Sailor Man. And we were there about 10 years later, and that stove was still on a shelf in Sailor Man. Nobody wanted it. So it was a pretty rapid learning experience, that passage. So we had come on the boat with Pippin. She's just over a year old, or like a year and 2 weeks, and she couldn't walk at that point, and we had figured that she'd be safe down below. Well, the very first day, she climbs the companionway ladder, and I catch her when she fell off the top step. And then she learned how to get onto the nav table and to turn all the breakers on and off. And then she stuck her fingers in that stove and burned her fingers. So it was quite a learning experience dealing with one baby, let alone two, and we had another one coming. And also we found out, we had read somewhere that babies don't get seasick. And it turns out they do, because Pippin got seasick from day one, and Terry also gets pretty seasick. So we've had to deal with seasickness in all of our cruising life, and I get seasick to some extent. Well, back at that time, NASA was sending astronauts into space. It was the early days of space exploration, and they were having problems with space sickness. So they built a machine that they could make any hardened Navy veteran seasick. They would whoop him around until they threw up, and then they would test various drugs on them. And they discovered that a mixture of ephedrine or ephedrine and what was the other one? Promethazine, was a perfect cure for seasickness. One of them is an upper and one of them is a downer. So in terms of what you can do, they kind of balance out. So we did that for a number of years. That mixture really works like a charm. But then the druggists discovered you could cook the speed out of the ephedrine, and they pulled it off the market. But you could probably talk to your doctor if you have serious seasickness problems and get some sort of cocktail. It works really well. We tried the wristbands, they never worked. We tried the ones that give you little electric shocks, they didn't work. You can actually get suppositories for women that are having morning sickness, really severe morning sickness. And so if you don't mind sticking something up your ass, they work quite well. We had those on board for a while. And then in Europe, you can buy Stugeron over the counter. You can't get it in the States. But that's actually really effective. So if you go on a trip to Mexico or to Europe and you have a seasickness problem, it's better than Dramamine, and it doesn't make you sleepy like Dramamine. So get a couple of packets of Stugeron. And then we discovered these goofy glasses, and they really are goofy. They're developed by a French company, and they've got colored water in the perimeter of the lenses. And when you move around, the horizon's moving all the time, this water. And they work surprisingly well. I mean, I've tried them on people that are really, really seasick. They're not a perfect cure, but they will help. And of course, being French, they had blue for boys and pink for girls. But we're not quite so sex conscious when it comes to these kinds of things at times over here.
Nice. Meant to counteract the horizon?
It just gives
it gives you an artificial horizon. So you're bobbing around like this, and that liquid is going up and down.
And didn't you say, though, that those also work? I mean, once you're getting seasick, most of the medications aren't going to help at that point. Once you have the feelings coming on, but those actually often will reverse the feeling if you feel it coming on.
So I don't know what they call them now. I think they might be still calling them boarding ring glasses. I don't know.
They make a bunch of them. They're giving them to kids now to read books in cars. So you got to make sure you don't buy kid sizes. They're not very expensive.
So then we got to Fort Lauderdale and decided to go through the Bahamas. Back then, the only charts for the Bahamas, this was before we had all these private label charts, were the old British charts where most of the survey work dated from the 1830s and the 1840s. So none of the shallow areas of the Bahamas had been charted at that point in time. So we had to go round the top and then down through the deep water to get to Nassau. And once again, this is a windward passage. So my inclination was to wait for another cold front and then to go with the northerly winds. But everybody told me, because the Gulf Stream is going up here at up to 7 knots at times, and the wind's blowing in the other direction, that it gets horrendously unpleasant in those conditions. So we sat out a really good cold front, and then we took off on the back side of it, and we ended up with a totally miserable windward beat all the way to Nassau. Every time we got to somewhere where we were turning a corner, where we thought we might be able to let the sails out a little, the wind would shift a bit more, back more into the southeast, and we got headed again. And so that's one thing I learned from that, was that if you know your boat, you need to have confidence in your own judgments. If we hadn't listened to all those other cruisers obsessing about the wind against the Gulf Stream, we'd have had a fast, rough passage with lots of water over the boat, but our boat was built to take that kind of stuff. And we'd have been on a reach all the way to Nassau, and it would have been much nicer to do it in a third of the time in rough conditions than it was to do it beating into it for a couple of days. And then we coast hopped through the Bahamas. How many of you have sailed in the Bahamas? Just 2 or 3. By far my favorite cruising grounds, if I only had a week or 2 to go somewhere, are the Exuma Islands in the Bahamas. You've got lots of spectacular little anchorages, well protected. You've got sandy beaches. You've got more or less decent snorkeling, as good as you're likely to get in much of the Caribbean these days. Subsequently, of course, there's been a whole lot of private chart making, and now you can just sail all across the shallow areas of the Bahamas. They've been wonderfully charted. The Explorer charts in particular are just fabulous if you're going to go to that area, and they're digitized and so on. So let's talk a little bit about electronic charting. And this was a round the world race boat up on a reef that's 7 miles out of place. And the British Admiralty had known for a number of years that it was out of place, but they weren't willing to send a survey ship to correct it, and they weren't willing to take data from private citizens, so they left it where it was, knowingly miles out of place, and they ran up onto the reef. So most of the data on our charts, the sounding data, was developed before electronic devices, GPS basically. So it's quite old, and much of it is from prior to 1939, and actually in many of the areas where we cruised in the Caribbean, it dates back to the 1830s and the 1840s. When they collected this data, their target for positional accuracy was 1.5 millimeters times the chart scale. So what does that mean? If you've got a chart at 1 in 30,000, 1.5 times that is 45,000. 45,000 millimeters is 45 meters. 45 meters is about 120 feet. So that was their target for onshore accuracy. And then when you got further offshore, it was a lot less than that. And then our GPSs nowadays are giving us position fixes to within 2 feet. So the data on the chart is positioned with far less accuracy than what we're getting from our GPSs. So we always have to be thinking in terms of a possible cone of error around shallow water sounding so that we don't accidentally end up aground. And then there's all kinds of stuff they missed. Do you remember this submarine that hit an underwater seamount off the Pacific coast? They thought they were in like 8,000 feet of water, and all of a sudden it went to 500, and they hit it because it had never been charted. When around about the same time, there was a ship in the Indian Ocean that was in, again, about 8,000 feet of water charted, and all of a sudden it hit a rock and tore a hole in the bottom of it. So there's a lot of stuff that's still missing from our charts. All of those early charts were raster scans, where you effectively take an electronic photograph of the chart. And then that takes a very high level of memory, and the early chart plotters had really low memory capabilities. So then they vectorized those charts, and the way they did it, they put it on a screen, and somebody clicks on every feature like a sounding, and then they enter that into a database, the position and the depth, and then they create this huge database, and you can display the chart again with much less memory. And all of our modern digital charting is vector-based. You can still get raster scans, but fundamentally it's all vector-based. Well, that takes a person to click on that feature and enter that into the database. And I've got here the paper chart. And if we look at this chart and all the soundings and some of the features, and then we look at these vector-based digital charts, you'll see every single sounding is a slightly different position to what it is on the original chart, because whoever's doing the digitizing, and much of it was done in India, is just sloppily not paying attention, and then there's features that are just missing. So we also, with all of our digital charts, they're unbelievably accurate most of the time, but if we're in a situation where we're pushing the envelope a bit, we need to make sure we're not doing it in weather or sea conditions where we can get into trouble. Because there are mistakes built into all of the charts we're using over and above the mistakes from the original surveys. So that's that lesson I'm talking about here. So then we're in Wardrick Wells in the Exumas. It's a wonderful anchorage, but you go up this narrow channel and you pick up a mooring buoy. And the modern digital charts, especially the Explorer charts, are so accurate that I have gone in and out of here in the nighttime with poor visibility, just following the track on their chart, because I trust them to such an enormous degree. And they're wonderful. We got to the last island in the Bahamas, Great Inagua, and it's got these lagoons where they dry them out and then they get the salt. This is all salt that's been bulldozed up and then it's processed and shipped out. And these lagoons are home to tens of thousands of flamingos. There's 2 or 3 places in the Caribbean where they've got large numbers of flamingos, and we've been privileged to go to all of them. While we were there, they had a drought, and the young flamingos were actually dying because they didn't have enough water. And from Great Inagua, we decided to sail to the Dominican Republic. Well, Haiti is this end, and then that's the Dominican Republic. This is another upwind passage for us because the prevailing winds are from the southeast. So we waited for a cold front. It takes, not many cold fronts get this far south. We're getting down towards the trade wind belts. We got ourselves a half-assed cold front and took off for the Dominican Republic. And then I took down some sail because it was blowing pretty hard, and then it fizzled out on us, and then we're kind of rocking and rolling, and we don't have enough sail up. We had hang-on sails on that boat. So I went forward to hoist the Genoa, and the boat rolled and threw me over the side. And I wasn't clipped on. And it's middle of the night again. And that boat had a long bowsprit, and it had stays from each side of the bowsprit. And I fell between the bowsprit and the stay, and my armpit hooked over that stay, and that's the only reason I'm here today. Because the boat was on autopilot, and a manual one, and I'd have been way gone, and Terry would have had no idea. For weeks afterwards, she had nightmares where she would wake up and I wasn't on the boat. So I learned at that point you need to clip on if you're going to go forward, and you also should have somebody else out in the cockpit keeping an eye on you to make sure everything's okay. I just got really, really lucky. So we get into Puerto Plata. Now we're getting into a really great cruising experience, but a terrible anchorage at Puerto Plata. It was really rolly in there and miserable. So the Pippin would start throwing up as soon as she woke up. So we would dash ashore with her, and then we'd have to play with her all day. We're waiting for another cold front to get further down the coast. But the locals, the Hispanic peoples just love babies. So you go anywhere with a baby, and especially our son later had red hair. And they just couldn't get over it. So everybody wanted to come touch his hair and say hi, and they were just delightful. So we had a great time. We also learned about dealing with officials. And the first thing you need is patience. The second thing is you need a sense of humor. And the third thing is you don't pay bribes. Because if you pay bribes, the next person has to pay a bigger bribe. And we repeatedly got asked for bribes, and I would ask for a receipt and refuse to give them anything without a receipt. And if I got a receipt, I figured it was probably official. Our most interesting experiences were in Cuba. Years later, we decided to do a cruising guide to Cuba. And this is 1994. And we couldn't get the permits we needed to do the survey work around the coast. So we decided to just do it and see what happened. Well, first of all, I went to the hydrographic office and I got their kind of endorsement, but he said, you've got to get the Army to sign off on this. And nobody could tell me who to talk to in the Army. So we provoked a little incident by displaying all of our crude chart making technology, and we got arrested. And they put a big gunboat behind us, and then they tried to figure out what to do with us. So they held us, they put an armed guard on the boat, and they held us for, I thought it was only kept a day or two to sort out, but it actually took 9 days before we figured it all out. And then they gave us a permit to go anywhere we wanted to in Cuba, other than their military bases, because they wanted the guide, because they thought it would build their nautical tourism and bring in foreign currencies. So we circumnavigated Cuba. We went in and out of every bay on the coast of Cuba. We made a couple of hundred charts, anchorage charts. And then the Cubans shot down a couple of small planes that were leafleting Havana. And I think it was George Bush was in office then. They toughened up the embargo and killed the market for the book. So it's still around, but we've hardly sold any. So finally we gave up waiting for a cold front to get out of Puerto Plata and keep moving east. And so we took another strategy, which also worked extremely well. That coastline is quite mountainous. And anywhere where you've got mountains, even with the trade winds, in the daytime they heat up and the winds get accelerated up the mountain. And in the nighttime they cool off, and by about midnight you get this breeze coming down off the mountains, which right along the coastline stalls out the trade winds. So we had to hug the coastline, and we didn't have radar, and there's no lights ashore, and the charts, were from the 1840s or whatever. So it was a little nerve-wracking, but we went along that coastline all night long with a nice breeze from the beam, had a beautiful sail all the way along the north coast of the Dominican Republic, and we had set sail with half a dozen other boats, and they went a mile or two further offshore, and they all got beaten up by the trade winds. One of them came close to losing the mast. They broke the forestay and wrecked the roller reefer, and another one opened up seams in a wooden boat, and they had to abandon their cruise and go home to fix it. And we had a beautiful sail all night long. So and we've done this in other places. We've done it along the coast of Puerto Rico. We've done it along the coast of Venezuela. Pretty much anywhere where you've got reasonably high mountains along the shoreline, this katabatic effect kicks in, and it's a really useful navigational tool. Puerto Rico, we're into our mangroves for the first time, and some really neat exploring in the dinghy, in the mangroves. And then San Juan is a gorgeous city to visit. It's all full of the old Spanish fortifications from the 1500s and 1600s. And it's getting hot, so we had a full-length awning on that boat. We have never had air conditioning. We've cruised for years in hot areas of the world. As long as there's even a small breeze and you can funnel it through the boat, you don't need air conditioning. If you're going to hang out in marinas in hot climates, you need air conditioning. But if you don't, there's almost never any need for it. And we talked about fridges the other day. It took me a long time to learn that you didn't have to have a top opening fridge and freezer, that when you open the fridge, the cold air that spills out is not that great. So we're not going to talk about that again. So we worked our way through the West Indies, and now we're into the part of the world where your dinghy is your mode of transportation, and without a good dinghy you're stuck because you can't get on and off the boat. We had lovingly built a lap straight dinghy out of mahogany planks and steam bent oak frames, and it sailed beautifully and was great for rowing, but it weighed a ton. And I ruptured 2 discs when I was working in the oil rigs, so I've had back problems ever since, and it was giving me multiple backaches. So we subsequently we built another dinghy, a cold molded dinghy, same kind of design but significantly lighter. Right here we're up a jungle river in Guatemala, miles from anywhere, and we've just hit a stump and punched a big hole in the dinghy. And just that morning, our son Paul, Paul was born at this stage, was 2 or 3 years old, he's there somewhere in the picture, had bought a bunch of twine at a boating yard sale where a bunch of the cruisers had got together and swapping stuff. And so we were able to chop up a boat cushion and fix up the hole with the twine he had just bought and get ourselves back out of there, because otherwise we'd had a really bit of a problem getting back to the boat. ultimately we gravitated to a rubber flubber like most other people, just because they have tremendous load carrying capability and they're light and easy to handle. But if you're going into a warm climate, you have to get one that's made of Hypalon or a Hypalon equivalent, because the PVC dinghies don't last. You're lucky if they last 5 years in a hot climate. The sun leaches the chemicals out of the PVC and then they collapse. We had a PVC dinghy for a while, and right here we're in Florida, and about 2 tubes out of 3 all of a sudden burst from this, and I've got a 10 horsepower outboard here that I don't want to get immersed, so I made everybody jump in the water so that we could get the outboard back to the boat and get it off the dinghy. So don't think of a PVC dinghy in a warm climate. Make sure it's Hypalon or one of the equivalents.
For sure. I was just thinking, you're talking about your dinghy. Yesterday I was trying to sell some Torqeedo outboards. It's one of my things I do at the boat show. I just pretend I work there and sell things for people. It's fun.
We love our
I know,
Torqeedo T1003.
But didn't you say you're like 9 times out of 10 trips? You still have your 10 horse, but
We've got a 15 horse and we haven't used it in 2 or 3 years. It's great for going fast, but it's heavy, and we're getting old, and it's not. We have a little crane, but it's not that easy to get on and off the dinghy, and so we're willing to go slow. Yep. And use the Torqeedo. But we have 2 batteries for the Torqeedo to give us extra range, but that only works if you've got an electrical system on the boat to recharge the batteries. Because those batteries, our batteries are the old ones, they're half a kilowatt hour, but the new ones are a kilowatt hour. So you discharge 2 of them, that's 2 kilowatt hours at 12 volts, that's the equivalent of about 200 amp hours or something. I can't do it in my head, but anyway, it's a lot of energy.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I have one as well, though. I really like it.
So of course we had family and friends that wanted to join us in these gorgeous places, and they would fly in somewhere, and then they'd have a ticket back out 2 weeks later, and invariably it was upwind to get to them, and it was upwind to drop them off again, and it took us 30 years to learn to say no. If you're going to come and join us, you'll have to find us. This is the nearest airport, and then you're going to get on public transport, and you'll have to come and find us, because we're not going to come and get you. And it literally took us 30 years to finally start saying that. We enjoy having them with us, but we don't need to beat to windward for a day to go get them from an airport.
From an airport, yeah. One thing we do have that I recommend on the Northwest for the Inside Passage is there's a lot of places to bring people in and out. Or more often than not, I'm like mentioning to extract people that you're no longer getting along with,
right.
Send them on their way.
Yes.
But yeah, there's float planes that run in. So in Desolation Sound, you'll see Kenmore Air drops people in or takes them out every day. And all of the little towns up north, we have lots of them, Port Hardy, Port McNeil. And so it's really easy we've had a lot of good successes with, like parents coming up for a week. Because we know that we're in this area, they can fly in and they're flying back out, and that's just the right amount of time. So
we had one crew, we went off for like a 6-month cruise, and we had this guy that we had hardly met that we brought on board as crew because he had some really good stories. But after 3 weeks, he was starting to recycle them. And then 3 weeks later, he's recycling them again. And then he's an amateur geologist, so everywhere he went, he collected rocks. So then the entire boat is filled up with rocks, and we're starting to list a little bit. And then Terry's trying to kind of tamp me down a bit, and finally I couldn't take it anymore. And I gave him a hammer, and I said, those rocks, either they're off the boat or you're off the boat. So he's out there on the back deck all day long with this hammer chipping at things, and we think he's saving little bits. And then I noticed that the mattress on his berth has risen 6 inches. He just rearranged them all under the mattress. So we had to put up with him for the rest of the trip. And then he gets back to New Orleans, to Louisiana, and he gets a hernia unloading all of those rocks. And then he hires a lawyer to sue me tells he got the hernia pulling the anchor up. So you need to know who you're bringing on board.
You got to be careful with
we have learned over the years that the only things that matter with crew is that they're socially compatible, because I can teach them everything they need to know, and it's helpful if they don't get seasick, but that's not absolutely essential. But those two things, socially compatible and don't get seasick, everything else you can deal with. But if they're not socially compatible, after a week or two, you're just going totally nuts. So we got this one guy, Terry got really sick in Mexico. We had 2 small children at this point. She came very close to dying. She got hepatitis and a secondary kidney infection. So we're anchored in this lagoon for a month, waiting for her to recover a bit. And she hadn't got her strength back, and we needed to get back to the States. And this guy is walking down the dock with a backpack, and I asked him if he wanted to go to the States. So he said, sure. So he came on board and crewed with us. And he crewed with us every year for the next 25 years. Wow. He was terrific. He loved to sail. He'd go back to England. He'd sign up with some employment agency, and he'd get a job. And if anybody offered him a berth on a boat, he'd jump at it and go back on it. And then the other guy I have here, Bob, he was an airline pilot. They retired him early at 55. British Airways used to do that. And he loves to sail. We're right here. We're in the middle of the Gulf Stream in fairly robust weather. And he just loved it. So we went to St. Lucia. And St. Lucia's got the pitons here. And there's an anchorage right around here where it's really deep. And all of a sudden, it comes up very quickly. So the standard anchoring protocol is to put out a stern anchor as you come in and just let it trail behind you until it hits the bottom. And then you take a line ashore and tie it to a palm tree. Well, for some reason, I don't remember, I decided to go in backwards, tie to the palm tree, and then take the bow anchor out in the dinghy. And it's an all-chain rode. So I put it in the dinghy with all of the chain, and then I'm rowing out, and I'm feeding the chain out with my foot on it to keep it under control, and we get into that fairly deep water, and that chain starts going quicker and quicker, and I can't stop it, so I have to get out of the way, and then it grabs the dinghy, and this is when we still had a wooden dinghy, and it whips the anchor across the dinghy and punches a hole through the side of the dinghy, but it didn't break it all the way loose, so now the dinghy is on its side like this, with the anchor hooked into it, and all the chain on the other end. So then I got another backache, extricating the anchor from the dinghy, and then we had to repair the dinghy. So don't row out a chain rode in deep water. It's really not safe. We've tested a whole bunch of anchors over the years. We started with the CQR, which all the cruisers had. And then we tried a Delta, Fortress, Danforth, Fisherman, and so on. I can say with absolute certainty that the latest generation of Rockners and Mansons and Spades and Ultras are qualitatively better than any of the anchors we've had in the past. They're not just a little bit better, they're qualitatively better. And if you're thinking of going cruising, you need one of those anchors on the boat. They almost never drag. They'll set in rocky bottoms, they'll set in weedy bottoms. They're just phenomenal. I've done a bunch of testing. I actually put a load cell on the boat to where I could measure the loads on the anchor, just out of curiosity, basically. And I discovered that when you're swinging at anchor, as you get to the point where you get your furthest swing and then you turn around and come back again, the loads are 4 times what they are with a straight line steady load. All of a sudden they go up fast and then they go back down again. It was kind of interesting. So we also have learned over the years, you get those Rockners, if the Rockner is well set and it's not blowing a hoolie, you can get by with 2-to-1 scope, which there's no way you can do that with a conventional anchor.
No, 4 or 5-to-1 around here if you've got a CQR.
Because oftentimes you're in, especially when you go to France, the French are nutty sailors. I hope nobody hears French. And they anchor all on top of each other, so you're forced to anchor on short scope. And in those conditions, you need a really good anchor. We're in an island here, actually, and we have anchored in what was supposed to be a protected place with not much of a weather forecast, and all of a sudden it blows up to 50 knots overnight. So, and we had left the dinghy in the water. Our normal practice is to always take the dinghy out and tie it down on deck. Well, on this occasion, we left it in the water, and it was spinning around behind the propeller like a propeller behind the boat. It was totally airborne, and then it would come flying over the top of the bimmy, and then it would fly back the other way. So, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've got the engine and gear to try and hold a little bit of motion in case the anchor drags, because we can't see anything. And Terry's trying to grab the dinghy, and finally she managed to get a handle on it, and we managed to tie it down to the side of the bimini until the morning. So it's a good idea to always pull the dinghy out of the water. Because of Terry's seasickness, I spend a lot of time looking at anchorages on charts and trying to figure out whether they're going to be flat calm. And very often, especially in the Caribbean, where you can get the swells coming out of the Atlantic, they'll curve around the top of the islands and come back into an anchorage in 180 degrees opposite direction. And so you have to think about those things, and then you also have to think about always about how you're going to get out of there in the middle of the night if things suddenly start to blow up and get problematic. We very early on in our cruising career learned that we needed a set of hand signals between whoever's on the wheel and the engine controls and the anchor, because if you have to start talking to each other, you're in for trouble. And we've all watched crowded anchorages where there's a total meltdown between, generally it's a man and a woman couple, and the guy's yelling at the woman, and then she says, well, fuck it, it's your boat, you take it, and just walks away. I think we've all seen that. So you need some mechanism to communicate with hand signals. On this occasion, we're at the top of a loch in Scotland, and long, skinny loch with a whole bunch of rocks in the middle that we had threaded our way around. And the wind is coming down the glen, and we're anchored off those rocks. And then in the night, as these things always happen at night, it blows up a gale, and the wind turns 180 degrees. So now we're seriously at risk of losing the boat. So we have to get out of there. I always save the track on the chart plotter when I'm in a difficult situation like that, because it was also pissing down with rain. We had a guy on the bow, Jake again, that crew that for 25 years, and I couldn't see him. And I got Terry standing alongside the cockpit, and we're relaying messages, and we got to get around the rocks. So I just zoom in on the chart plotter, and I follow that track with absolutely no deviations, and we get out through that anchorage and up to the other end of the loch where it's now calm and get re-anchored. So I always have an exit strategy in mind when we go into what's potentially a difficult anchorage to get out of.
But you had to have the signals, 2 people, just to get the anchor up.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Just because I couldn't see anything. We got to the south end of the Windward and Leeward Islands, and then we head down to Venezuela. And at this point, it's the downwind passage finally. And because of that overbuilt deck, that boat would just roll one gunnel under, and it would roll the other gunnel under, very stately motion, rocking from side to side all the way to Venezuela. So, right, yeah. Let's talk about, so in a situation like that, you need a toilet that faces fore and aft. If they face out into the middle of the boat and it's rocking and rolling, you can get thrown off the toilet. And I know one boat where the guy got thrown off it and his head came through the door. So, and you want support on both sides. And you know, when you look at boats in marinas now or at boat shows and you look at some of the features and you think, what the hell is going to happen on that boat if it really gets rough? And then we need a functioning wet locker, which most modern boats don't have. And you need to regularly dose the toilet with some sort of descaler, because when you're peeing and using salt water to flush, the pee gets turned into scale, and it slowly plugs up the hoses, which is what's going on there. So periodic, and you don't realize it's happening until you get a blockage. Yeah. And then
my technicians are constantly going, you want another hose for show and tell? I'm like, no, I know it's there.
Yes. So you need to periodically just get some descaler, like a barnacle buster or whatever. You can get cheaper descalers, and dump it in the toilet periodically, and then flush it into the hoses and let it sit there. And you'll see all kinds of bubbles coming back up in the toilet, and just to keep the scale under control. I've always insisted on having an offset station from the stove where you can get wedged in, so you're to one side of it. We have thrown pots off the stove in rough weather. And this is a gimbal stove, and you don't want to be in the firing line if that happens. And then you need the sinks to be on the center line, because if they're further outboard, when the boat's well heeled, the water will back up into them. And an awful lot of boats today are built with off-center sinks.
I was going to say, it's hard to find a boat with a centerline sink, isn't it?
I had
anymore?
to force Marlowe to re-engineer the galley on the boat to do all of this, which they did. It's not a good idea to run aground on a falling tide. If you do, I've got a series of instructions in one of my books on what to do to make sure that when the tide comes back in, you don't flood the boat rather. And of course, I failed to read my own book, and I didn't follow any of those procedures. And when the tide came back in and I wasn't paying attention, we had all of this water coming up through the sink drain because I hadn't closed it, and it ran all through the side of the boat. And we've got a digital switching system on the boat, all this electronic switching. And when I discovered this, the water is lapping at the base of all of the switching units in the boat. And it says quite clearly in my own book, this might happen, and this is what you do.
This is what you do, yeah.
Yes.
Art, from all his years in the Coast Guard, we had a little boat up in a bay, same thing, they were on a rock. You want to look at a checklist. Some of your checklist has, like, you need to plug the fuel vents, because we had a boat that was spilling fuel up in Alaska when it went aground.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
and then,
that's
of course,
in my book.
It spills fuel, and then when the tide comes back in,
Yes.
of course, you're putting salt water back into your tank.
in the fuel tank, yeah. Yeah, I have a whole little thing on what to do, and I didn't do any of it. And then you obviously need lots of handholds. And a lot of modern boats have big open saloons, and there's hardly anything to hang on to. So or they're up in the cabin head where short people can't reach them. So another thing I made Marlowe do was to put this grab rail all the way around the side of the cabin on both sides of the boat. So we got something to hang on to. And then you need to think about, if you do get seasick, putting berths in the center of the boat. The most comfortable point in the boat when it's rough is close to the center line, as low as you can get, and parallel with the center line. So on all our boats, we've always had a couple of berths in the saloon that are long enough for people to sleep in with lee cloths, and that are parallel to the center line. Because if they're not parallel, every time the boat tacks, your head goes up and it goes down, and it's really hard to sleep. And so we've always had our boats like that. And then when we tested boats for Sail Magazine, the first thing I used to do was to sit in the cockpit and lean back. And 9 times out of 10, the cockpit combing hit you in the small of the back, and you knew it was going to be an uncomfortable boat at sea and for sitting out there on watch for hours at a time. And so you need a really comfortable watch station, and if you make it comfortable enough, the benefit is that you'll fall asleep and the watches go much quicker. So then we decided Terry at this point was 8 months pregnant, and we were in Venezuela, and she wanted to have the baby in Venezuela, but neither of us spoke very good Spanish. It's got a little bit better since then, and it was June, and it's getting pretty hot. Might have been July, I think it was June. And so we decided to fly back to the States to have the baby, so we kind of disguised our belly, because airlines don't like people close to giving birth on their planes. And we flew up to Montana, where Terry has a sister married to a farmer, and went backpacking and hiking in the Rocky Mountains. And actually we were up this glen looking for mountain goats when it looked like Terry was starting to go into labor. So we had to hurry back. The doctor was in his jogging suit when Paul was delivered, because it was a bit of a rush job. And it all happened so quickly that the hospital didn't know how to bill us. And so they wrote to me afterwards, and I said, just bill us by the hour. Yeah. And Terry's got some slightly wacky notions about gardening. She figured that if the placenta had supported a baby, it must be quite nutritious. So she asked the hospital for the placenta. So they gave it to her in a shopping bag, a plastic shopping bag. So we took it home and we buried it at the foot of her sister's raspberries, and those raspberries had never done any good at all. So there's not much nutrition in a placenta. Once the baby comes out, it's kind of all used up. So we ended up back on the boat with 2 babies now. And I, at this point, got the contract for my boat owner's mechanical and electrical manual. So I went back with boxes and boxes of manuals, and we also went back with several boxes of diapers, and we ended up stranded in the airport at Caracas overnight. So we laid all those stone floors, we laid all those diapers out to make a mattress, and we all bedded down in the airport for the night on the diapers. And we learned pretty quickly that having 2 babies in diapers is a very messy business. So we gave up using the diapers. We just let them shit on the deck, and then we'd hose it down. And that's how we discovered they had worms. Of course, we could see the little things crawling around. Yes. So anyway, and then Terry, my wife's an artist, and she had a whole bunch of watercolors, and she got an offer to do a show in a prestigious museum on the island of Margarita. So she flew over there with a whole bunch of her artwork, and she had to take Paul because she was breastfeeding, and he's in diapers, and she's in the art director's office, and he had a rather humongous defecation event, and there's all of this yellow poo dribbling out of the diaper onto the art director's pristine white carpet. So that was the end of that show. So anyway, 2 babies on a boat, I don't recommend it. And that's when I started working on my boat owner's manual. That was the first edition came out of that. And so there's all the stuff in there we discussed in our electrical class, and figuring out the unoptimized electrical system. And if you're going to go cruising, you have to get on top of this, because otherwise you'll be chasing electrical problems throughout your cruising experience, and it'll just wreck it. You need a decent electrical system, well functioning, and you have to get on top of all of the ways that we need to do that. And we're not going to go through that now because we already did that. And if you do get it wrong, you get some serious mistakes.
Is this a good spot to see if
Yeah,
there's
so
any
let's
questions?
stop. So we're halfway through.
Let's see. Anybody have any questions before we break for lunch? Yeah.
Back to the parallel thing where you connect to the house battery.
Yeah.
Do most boats have that sort of switch?
Most boats have some
Yes.
way to
Yes.
get your engine cranked up off from the house batteries.
Either I don't have it or I haven't discovered it.
See, you got a homework assignment.
Yes.
I did forget too when I put up the
Yes.
little voltmeters, and mine was 11 volts. After the start battery went dead, I just bought some inexpensive, digital voltmeters and ran a wire with a fuse, of course, because it goes right to every battery. And so I have the start battery and the bow thruster battery and stuff right up there at the helm station where I can see it. So when I crank up the motor, I can see that the relays latch and the battery's getting charged, and both batteries. And when I sit at anchor, I can see that they're not, that they separate out, and so it's working properly. But that's why I had those little digital meters that I put in. You don't need anything expensive. You just need some way to know. And if you have an onboard generator, same thing. You want to have a voltmeter on that generator battery, because sooner or later it's going to be at 11 or 10 volts and not crank up the generator.
You should probably tell the novices 11 volts is dead.
11 volts is dead.
Yes, yes.
It's not just 1 volt dead.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've spent the last 40 years basically with my primary focus has been on energy systems on the boat. And part of it was because in that first extended cruise, we had to change the 8D batteries on the boat twice. And those 8D batteries weigh 185 pounds, and they're big and heavy.
How long was it? In the first year and a half?
No, this was basically between the shore breaks about 1.5 years.
2 batteries.
Yeah, because, and so I knew we weren't doing things right. I didn't know what we weren't doing right. So on some of the shore breaks, I would go to boat shows and I would talk to the gurus of the day, many of whom were from Seattle. Balmar is from here. Bill Montgomery, Rick Proctor, Cruising Equipment Company,
Cruising Equipment,
Dave Smead, Ample Power Company.
Ample
I mean, these are the 3 people that more than, and then of course all the inverter people.
Yeah, the Hart people.
Hart and Trace and Xantrex. I mean, not Xantrex, it was Stat Power then.
Yep.
They all came out of Seattle. And back in the 70s. And so I would go to boat shows.
Yeah, that was Steve and that other guy from Costa Rica. They got together and made those first inverters.
Yeah.
So Seattle was booming back then.
And some of them played musical chairs, going from one company to the other. So although they were trying to not tell each other what they were doing, there was a lot of this information was flowing around. And I couldn't afford to stay in motels or anything, so I would rent a car and sleep in the car and go to the boat shows and pick their brains. And so much of my electrical knowledge actually came from all of those guys. And then I processed it, basically put it into words.
And research.
Pictures. And
real research on the boat.
That came later. Yeah, so then, and that's, talking of that, I got to a pretty optimized conventional system. I'll stop in just a second, Mike, and we'll go to lunch. And then about 15 years ago, I was getting ideas. I was going beyond journalism and reporting on what other people were doing, or just collecting information and processing it into books and stuff. And I could see things that we could do with our energy systems that would improve them a lot. So I would go around these companies and just offer them all of these ideas, and nobody would bite. So, and then I started to raise money so that I could do some real R&D myself. And we got a $3 million grant from the European Union. In 2009, I got $1 million out of the British government 4 years later, and then we got $3 million actually from Parker Hannifin and invested. So over the course of a decade, we put about $7 million into designing what we now have as the integral system. And we finally got to what is, with conventional technology, about as optimized as you can get. And it's way better than what we've ever had before. It doesn't solve any of the climate change issues because we're still using fossil fuels, but it's way more efficient. As technology changes some more, we'll be able to move on. But right now, that's about the best you can do with conventional technology. And then, of course,
and back there, we can plug.
Let's stop right down. We'll talk about solar when we get back from lunch.
But Ocean Planet Energy, Bruce Schwab, he actually is in Maine, but he's out here quite often because he has a boat problem.
Yes, in Anacortes.
In Anacortes by us, so we get to see it. But they got a lot of good stuff we've talked about in our electrical classes. So if you're looking at high output charging systems and energy needs and worksheets and stuff, and a really good resource. And of course, the boat how-to, also fabulous resource.
And we'll talk a little bit about solar after lunch, because we actually didn't discuss that in the electrical class. We didn't have time.
So we can do a little bit of that.
And it's a terrific investment on any cruising boat.
Yes, it's worth every penny. Okay, let's break for an hour. Be back at 1:30. Don't anybody buy a boat on break. Well, you guess you could. If you hurry, you can strike a deal.
It's like you didn't quite define what this integral system.
Yeah, I think it's time. Welcome back, everyone. We were doing some nice chats at lunch. And anybody have any questions from while you're out wandering around? Anybody buy a boat? I didn't think so. But, yeah, we get Nigel queued up here.
Here we go. Is that on?
He'll get you there.
Oh, yep.
So I got. Go ahead and test your mic. Are you on?
That's okay. There we go.
Good.
Thanks.
So we'll take any questions about. We had a few questions about the high output charging systems and optimizing at lunch. So if there's lunch break, if there's any of those questions, we can answer them. We're going to talk a little bit about some solar, finish up the lessons learned, and then I got some more stuff, and so is everybody good?
Yeah. So let's talk a bit about solar.
Hold on, before we talk. Well, I got this little. Go ahead. Just go to the next slide. I just brought in because Nigel had his dinghies there, and I talked about the people in some of the things that I've done that went to Alaska in one of these little boats. So that's my favorite dinghy. It's not a gig harbor, but it's very similar, and that's my favorite sailing and morning and evening activities right there when I'm on board the boat. But Dave and Sarah that went. Did that 6-year South Pacific loop on the 26 Contessa. They had a 12-foot dinghy. It was a nesting dinghy, right? And so they could keep it on deck. And because like Nigel says, they're getting tired of doing it. And so they actually built this beautiful boat at our school. And then you can't see it in the picture. It rows really nice. That actually, it's a pea pod. They built a scale model, and they figured out where they could chop it in half. So they can still put it on the foredeck of their sailboat, just like you do a deflatable, and be out cruising with it. But they wanted, after all their years they did not want an inflatable. They wanted to be able to row and eventually sail that little dinghy. And so I'm in the same problem where I can have my rubber raft, which is the utility boat, on my davit system, or I can have my favorite little rowing boat, but I can't have both because I don't want to tow a dinghy. And so in the near future, this is Russell Brown's boat, if you haven't seen these, over in Port Townsend.
Oh, that was at last year at the Wooden Boat
always
Festival.
At the show, and I'm going to build one of these.
Yep.
This is an 11-foot rowing, sailing, nesting dinghy. So if you're looking for an option on a boat to have a small little thing that's super enjoyable, it collapses down to 5'8" or whatever, 6 foot, and the two halves stacked together. And super brilliant guy. He's went through like 6 or 7 different tweaks and variations on this thing, and just has it kind of what I consider perfect. And so dinghies I've done it with Sam Devlin and different things. You know, we've talked for hours about the perfect dinghy, and I really think you need 2 in order to have the perfect world. So I'm going to build one and put it on the foredeck of my sailboat. So. Each half, it's under, what is it, under 80 pounds for the heavy half. And what I really like is this sailing rig right here. That's a carbon fiber pole. It weighs 11 pounds. So it's super easy to rig, put it together, drop the sail in, and just go have fun. And that's what I'm all about. So it's an 11-pound carbon fiber rig, and it's Chesapeake Lightcraft now sells the kits. You can buy them CNC cut from the East Coast. But if you buy the sail rig, you still got to pick it up in Port Townsend because it's this carbon fiber long spar that they don't like to ship, or it's expensive to ship. I don't remember what. So I'm gonna, and this is what Bruce has. Bruce just got one.
It's a brilliant piece of design. I looked at it last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is the distributor here?
So the distributor now is Chesapeake Lightcraft, and they just build kits right now. If you look around Port Townsend, you could probably find some for sale that have been built, because a lot of people are building them over there. So Leo from the Tally-Ho found a used one. And so Russell Brown still does some design work. He has an epoxy shop over there. I just don't know how you get a hold of him. But I'm sure if you Googled it, you could figure it out. He's got some boats. So anyways, neat little boat design. So.
Yep. Well, let's talk solar for a little bit. In my electrical class, I talked about the cost of generating energy on a boat using a fossil-fueled engine, either your main engine when you're underway, or battery charging at anchor, or a generator, and it's shockingly high. When you run the numbers and you include the wear and tear on the engine, the amortization cost, it's almost impossible to generate electricity at less than $3 a kilowatt hour, and it's quite common for the real cost to be closer to $10 to $20 a kilowatt hour.
And you know,
So,
we pay 11 cents, I think, here in Seattle.
Right, per kilowatt hour.
Per kilowatt hour.
So we're talking an order of magnitude like,
30x.
30 times or more. So when you look at that, any kilowatt hours that you can transfer to a solar panel, you're saving that kind of money. So if you're running a generator for battery charging, or you're battery charging an anchor, even for just a few hours a week, and you're doing that on a regular basis, it pretty rapidly pays for a significant solar array. And
I sold mine to my wife on a 3-year payback, right? In a house, they say it take 10 plus years, but it was just summertime cruising in 3 months. So I'm like, really, in 9 or 10 months, the amount of generator time we saved paid for the initial solar panels that I put on.
That's our boat. We've got 340 watts of solar up there, and these panels are now 17 years old. They were put on there in 2008, 7 or 8, 7 probably, and they're just still doing great. But the quality is critical here, and in many applications we're using semi-flexible panels. So then it's really important that you get them from a name brand. You can go on Amazon, you can get semi-flexible panels for maybe a quarter of the price of what you'll be charged by a recognized marine brand, and they'll last quarter as long. And if you glued them to the deck, you've now got to peel them off, and then you have to rebuild the deck surface. So it doesn't pay to cut corners with this stuff. And then in the last few years, when I put these panels on, the peak efficiency from kind of over-the-counter panels was 16%. And nowadays it's 24%. Well, that doesn't sound like much. That's only 8% increase, but 8% is 50% of 16%.
Yeah, no,
so that's a huge increase.
I have some like 17-year-old panels, same thing. They were 120 watts each, 2 of them. And I just looked. I can go 2 inches wider, 3 inches longer, plus the new efficiencies, and they're 200-watt panels.
Yeah, so it's been a huge improvement.
Huge improvement.
But there again, there are 2 cell manufacturers that predominate in the high efficiency one, and what the hell, I'm blanking out here, Mike. What's the American company? What's that? Sun power. Thank you. When they make the cells, they create an ingot of silicon and they slice it up. And when they slice it up, they test each slice, each cell, for its efficiency, and then they bin them. This is the 24% bin, and this is the 16% bin. And they look identical. You can't, without a microscope, you can't tell the difference. So people can buy from the 16% bin and make a panel, and they'll tell you it's a sun power panel. Well, it is a sun power panel. So once again, you've no way of knowing. So you need a quality manufacturer that's genuinely using the high-end cells. And those high-end cells, even to the OEM, are 6 times the price of the ones in the low efficiency bins. And that's one reason why these marine solar panels are so expensive. I mean, it's not uncommon for them to be up to, and the most extreme level is $10 a watt. Whereas in the home power market, you can buy solar panels now for $1 and $2 a watt. So typically, we're talking 4 or 5 times as expensive, but there's a reason for it. And then when we put them on the boat, we have shading issues. And I did some testing years ago with Bruce Schwab and Ocean Planet Energy, and we took some Solbian panels. They're fairly high-end panels.
Those are good panels.
So we got a panel here, and we shaded 1/4 of one cell, a hard shadow, so it's a piece of wood taped on there, and it knocked out 1/4 of the whole output of the panel. So when you get a hard shadow on a cell, the impact on it on the panel is the same as the surface area that you covered on the individual cell.
Which is like a boom on a sailboat, for example.
Well, the boom's is not quite a hard
Not
cell.
quite
it's
hard?
more diffuse. So, but I have a slide actually that illustrates that, I think. So then we did this. We took a strip of wood that effectively shades 1/4 of a cell, and we stuck it across a bunch of cells, and it had the same impact as this little piece here. Because when you shade 1/4 of one cell or 10 cells, you knock out 1/4 of the output. So it's really important to try and avoid shadows, which of course on a boat is impossible. So then we need to break the solar up into smaller areas if we can. Like on our boat, I have a 24-volt boat, so I put 2 12-volt panels in series to get to 24 volts, and then another 2 in series to 24. What I should have done was keep them at 12 volts and then boost it to 24 somewhere else. And that way the panels are separated. But the corollary to that is we need an individual controller for each panel. And that's what I couldn't do at that time because we had no controllers that would boost the voltage up to whatever I want. We now have controllers that will take a panel that might be only putting out 9 volts and will boost it to 12 or 24 or 48. Yeah. So and we can, the other thing...
way down in cost too.
Yes.
They're super affordable.
Yep. So here, because we want, in a 12-volt panel, each cell is putting out a little bit over 1/2 volt. So, and we need well over 12 volts to get to battery charging voltages because we have to raise the voltage above the battery voltage. So it's common to put at least 32 volts, 32 panels in series. 32 times 1/2 volt gets you to 16 volts. And sometimes we put up to 40 cells in series, and we go to a higher voltage because then the panel will still charge at the shading effects and so on. But in order to do that, if we've got a given size of panel, we have to take the cells that come in at about 6 or 7 inches square, we have to chop them up into smaller pieces to get the number of cells in series. And when we chop them up, we lose some efficiency. So nowadays we can take however many of the full-size cells, maybe 7 inches square, and maybe we've only got room for 6 or 7 of them in the panel, and we just use those, and then we're only getting 4 or 5 volts out of the panel. Doesn't matter, because then we can boost it to 12 or 24 or 48. So we want to have full-size cells. We want to have each panel with its own controller, and we want those controllers to be an appropriate controller, which is now probably a boost controller that'll get us up to the voltage we want. And then we want that boost controller to have something called maximum power point tracking. That's MPPT. And what that boost controller will do is look at the light and shade and all the other factors that are impacting output, and it will optimize the voltage and current out of that panel for the particular conditions the panel's in. But that's another reason we need independent controllers on each panel, because the panels will be seeing somewhat different conditions. And if we put two on the same controller, which we can do, that controller is not going to be able to optimize either of them because it'll have to average out the situation. Yes?
Does that delete the shading problem?
No, it minimizes it though.
The controller that boosts?
It definitely helps with shading, but the smaller panels, like Nigel was saying, is a big deal because you're always going to, with a boom, unless you could pull it out of the way like this, you're going to get one of these panels shaded. So if you lose the whole enchilada here because you get a little bit of shading, it's better off to lose one whole panel and still have three of them kicking out instead of losing 50% of your charge that comes out. And so here in the Northwest, I've found on my 12-volt panels over the years, with decent quality panels, we usually can take the watts and divide it by 3, and that will give you amp hours. So I'm a 12-volt system, and I've got my 700 amp hours of lead batteries or 800. What it comes down to is if I've got 240 watts, 220 watt panels. So you take 240 and divide it by 3, you get 80 amp hours. And that's a pretty solid with 3 or 4 different boats that we've done research on in the Northwest. Now we've seen up to 100 amp hours, 110, but that's just really ideal, super sunny, nice cool weather up here, long days. Those are pretty rare.
And it's not an average.
It's not an average.
It's a specific event.
But the dividing by 3 is a pretty good number. And I don't know as you go further south to Mexico or Costa Rica.
No, it works about the same. Yeah, because the days are shorter, but there's more sunlight.
Yeah,
kind of balances out. So we want high quality panels from a recognized marine brand, and then we want to break them up into smaller areas. We don't have to worry about the voltage anymore. So we want full-size cells, regardless of whether or not it gets us up to battery charging voltages. And then we want a boost regulator that's using maximum power point tracking technology. And the early MPPT regulators were only about 85% efficient, so they were dissipating 15% of the solar energy in the controller. The new ones are over 95% efficient, and some of them claim to be 99% efficient, so we're losing almost nothing in the controllers. So put this lot together, and it gets to be fairly expensive, but at the end of the day, it'll reduce your engine run hours if you're just running an engine to generate electricity one way and another on the boat. It's going to reduce your engine run hours significantly. The other thing it's going to do, if you have lead-acid batteries on the boat, it's going to keep the batteries at a higher average state of charge than you normally would. And every % or 2 of increase in the average state of charge has a significant impact on the life of the batteries. So over time, you could see 2 or 3 years of additional life out of the batteries. And many of our battery banks, when we come to replace them now, we're looking at $4,000 and $5,000, $6,000 if they're big battery banks. So that additional life expectancy from the batteries is also a significant financial benefit over time.
Yeah, and Nigel's, mine are like this too. I don't have any, movable mounts to try and track the sun or anything. My wife doesn't allow that because I'd be out there every minute, 5 minutes, tweaking them a little bit to see if I could get 2 more watts out of it. So she said, no, you bolt them down. Is that wood that yours are mounted on?
Those are little teak rails.
Teak rails?
Yeah.
You don't varnish that though?
No, absolutely not. That's when the boat was new. That's why it looks new. That is now very gray.
Gray, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's never seen a lick of varnish in its life.
Just to clarify that,
Yes.
you're running 24-volt battery system?
Yes.
And you're using lithium ion?
And I've got a 48-volt lithium-ion battery system as well.
And a 24-volt lead system.
Oh, interesting.
I've got I've got 12-volt as well. So I have 3 voltages. So we're not going to go there right now.
This is another do as he says, not as he does, right?
Right. That's part of my various projects.
I did see some other cool mounts. So those sailors that are out here amongst us, Mads from Sail Life, he put like 400 watts of solar on his solar arch, but he wanted more. And he built the little sliding system where he could slide 2 more out when he's at anchor and it's not blowing a gale, so he can double his amount of solar, and then they slide in and pin. And we've also, in Port Townsend, they've done this you use the storm track, or that sail track, that super slippery stuff, and they did it at Port Townsend with a boat over the cockpit. So you could slide the solar forward when you know, if you wanted some sun or to come and go, but if you were at anchor, you could just pull these two pins and double the amount of solar you had. So there's some really cool new ideas floating around out there where you can add more, because you know, most of our boats were limited to the footprint. And so now I'm starting to think about, oh, well, at anchor, if it's not terrible conditions, how can we, you know, essentially double or add more solar? And I like that a lot compared to like putting it on like the lifelines or hanging on the side of the boat. If you already have an arch, you know, to think about how you could double that.
Yeah. And the other thing I should have mentioned that makes a significant difference to the output is heat. And they're black, so they obviously get hot, and the output goes down. So if they're glued to the deck, there's not much you can do about that. But if there's some way to allow air to circulate underneath them, it makes a significant difference over time to what you get out of them.
Yeah, they like cool weather. That's why they work better here than they do in Tucson.
We have a fair amount of solar at home, and the most output we get from those panels is typically in the wintertime, even though the days are significantly shorter than the summertime.
But when the sun comes out, they're cold and they really work.
Yep.
You mentioned that having a higher state of charge makes your batteries last longer. I know typically if you think about like consumer electronics or like electric vehicles, you kind of want to be in that 20 to 80%. If you're higher charge than 80,
well, so
is there a difference there in the chemistry?
So 20 to 80 is probably, you're talking lithium. So when we get to lead, right, we're at more like 50 to 80. And so lead is really, there's a steep curve. The lower the voltage that you take them, the state of charge, it significantly impacts the number of cycles you get out of them. I mean, that's why I can get 10 years out of a lead battery in my pickup truck. We live in a cold climate, and the thing's always charged. And at a boat, I've got a battery at school. It's got 3 cycles on it, and it's completely shot. $200 battery. You know, if you run them down and leave them set low, kaputs.
My understanding with a lead acid battery is they want to be brought back to 100% every day.
No, well, that's the ideal.
Yeah, well,
and in the lab, when they test them for cycle life, that's what they do.
That's what they do. It never happens in marine.
You can let them, if they're flooded type, you can probably let them go a month before you do that. And if they're AGMs, ideally it'll be every week, but you can go a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we tell.
Burn a lot of generator hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not going to get them to 100. No, what we recommend, so cruising up to Alaska, for example, for you, once a week, just pay it. It's not that expensive. Tie up to the marina, recharge to 100%, just once a week. And if you end up going 2 or 3 weeks, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. But you do want to fully recharge them on a regular basis. When you're doing the cruising like Nigel's doing, with lead batteries, it's nearly impossible to get them to 100%. And you just, that's the cost of doing business. You might not get 8 years out of your batteries. You might get 6. Or 18 months, right?
No,
I mean, but
we're
not
never
anymore.
Go there.
But anyways, it's the price of doing business.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saving me here because I have really high generator hours because I'm getting back to
Right.
100%.
So then if you figure out that the real cost of those generator hours is going to pay you to go into a marina and plug into their shore power cord rather than just run the generator, do that on a regular basis.
Yep.
So solar panel, boosters, and then charge controller?
So charge controllers, solar panels. Don't worry about the voltage. Make sure the cells are full size. And then get a boost controller to get it up to whatever voltage you need. And make sure it's MPPT, maximum power point tracking. And then you'll have a really good system. So then you'll have, we've got gunboats with 12 panels on and 12 controllers. So we got a whole rack of controllers in the boat. And then you come out of them and you parallel the outputs to go to the battery. So,
could you elaborate again on why you're recommending a full-size, solar panel? I see you got little small ones.
It's full-size cells.
Full-size cells, because that's pretty big. Like this.
Yeah, they're 7 inches square now. They used to be 5, and then they went to 6, and now they're 7.
No, that goes from when they slice up the 24% into little smaller cells and solder them back together and stuff. You're back down to like 16% efficiency.
Well, and the other thing is, other than delamination, which we get a fair amount of in the boat world, the number one failure mode for solar panels is failure of the connections between the cells. Because all the time they get hot, they cool off. There's thermal expansion and contraction, and then the connections get stressed and then they break. And that's the number one failure mode. And one of the key features of those panels that are using I'm having a senior moment again. Thank you, the sun power cells. It's terrible getting to my age. They have a very rugged connection, and there's various other features, but they call it a dog bone connection, and it's way better than a standard connection. And then the brand that's got super efficient cells, actually a little bit better than SunPower, is Panasonic. And then the Panasonic are using another kind of grid structure in some of their panels called an MTAT grid. It comes from California, and that one is just about bulletproof. They have driven pickup trucks over panels, and they've still retained much of their output because this grid structure is just about indestructible, and it's got 2,000 connection points on every cell. And so when they start to crack and break up, it's still collecting most of the energy.
What was the name of that connection?
That's a MTAT grid structure, and as far as I know, the only people, and again, remember I have a small stake in this company, but the only people that have the marine rights to those Panasonic cells with the MTAT structure is Ocean Planet Energy. And those panels are expensive again, but they're also, they should hold up for 10 or 15 or 20 years if they're properly installed. Ocean Planet Energy. All one word, all run together. No, yes. Well, we have that as well. Yeah, yes. Right.
What about the CIFS cells? Have you messed with those? I have them going in right
The which, sorry?
CIFS, they're the ones that you can bend to 175 degrees. You basically roll them up.
I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah. Wow.
An awful lot of those really flexible panels don't actually test out.
Yeah.
So here's one more thought. What the? Okay. Yeah.
That flexes. So
yeah. There's a way of seeing how well built these panels are. It's called electroluminescence testing. And basically, they backfeed a bit of current through it, and they use a special camera to look at them. And you can immediately see if there's any defects in the panel. It shows up as dark spots on the cells. So if you can find a manufacturer, and again, the people making those Panasonic cells with the MTAT structure, every single panel is put through electroluminescence testing before it leaves the factory, so they can see if there's any defects. And so that's something else worth looking for, but it's not very commonly done.
But that's good knowledge just to know, like, these are why they're more expensive.
Yes.
I mean,
yep.
We don't mind paying for product if we know that what's behind it, and it's not just another boat unit because they can.
So, yes.
One last question about the sort of the shake tolerance.
Yep.
You said something about maybe having one control for every panel.
Yes.
How far does just connecting them in parallel get you towards that, or do we really just need one?
So it's hard to say. If you've got one panel that's heavily shaded and another that's not, and they're connected in parallel, that shaded panel is going to have a really significant impact on the unshaded one.
Yeah, I've been trying to read quite a few hours online about this, and I think what I read is accurate. I don't always trust what I read online, but it basically said if you got your panels in series, the current will be limited to the lowest current panel.
Exactly. Yep.
If you have them in parallel, they're limited to the lowest voltage panel.
Mm-hmm.
And since solar panels tend to go to a pretty high voltage pretty quickly, it's less devastating to have them in parallel than it is in series, but still,
yes.
Anytime you have shading on one panel, it's going to bring down the whole string.
Yeah. So you definitely don't want to go in series. You can do it on houses and stuff if there's no trees, but in boats, and even power boats, right? You've got a mast for your radar and this and that. Like, it's almost impossible not to have shading. So you want to have more panels, right, and controllers on each one. And
what gets confusing with that is you go to the Victron thing, and they got these high voltage controllers.
Yeah.
They're begging you to wire them in series.
Yeah,
well, that's because their primary market is home power.
Yeah.
And then they're trying to get you to use the same technology on your boat.
Yeah.
And off-grid, right? And so they're pushing all of this stuff, which is way different than what we want to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, on rooftop solar, on one of the buildings we have at home, we're running that at 300 or 400 volts through series connections, but we have no shading effects. We cut down the trees that would have shaded it. But you're not going to be cutting down the shadows on the boat.
Nope.
So last time we left off, we were in Venezuela, and the children were crapping on the decks, and they had worms.
That's right.
So at this point,
And we had our
yeah, at
seasickness
this point
pill
I
stuck
realized
up.
I wasn't going around the world with Terry and 2 babies. So we decided to go back to the States and get off the boat until the babies were out of diapers. So we had to get back to windward along the north coast of Venezuela. And also the babies were seasick, and it was just a mess. So
The time of your life is what
we're
you meant
going
to say.
dead to windward once again because the trade winds are coming in along here. But this is a pretty mountainous coastline. So we did the same strategy as the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. We waited till nightfall and until late in the evening when the mountains cooled off and the katabatic winds kicked in, and then we coast hopped along that coastline over 3 or 4 days or 3 or 4 nights until we got pretty much to the eastern tip of Venezuela. So I wanted to talk a little bit about having children on a boat, and actually for many of you it's grandchildren. There's really nothing you can do better to kids than to take them off on a boat, take them cruising. So I've got the 4 Ds. Don't sail with babies in diapers. It's just thoroughly too messy. Don't let them fall overboard. There were a couple of children lost in that one long cruise off of boats, and within seconds you've lost sight of them and you don't find them. So don't let them fall overboard. We had a net around the boat that we put up after they were born, and it was a spanking offense, and I know that's not politically correct, to climb on the lifelines because it's life or death for them. So they had to know not to climb on the lifelines. Don't bother with homeschooling. I'm British and a bit more formal than Terry, and I felt we had to have a curriculum. So I tried to make them follow the curriculum, and it's like pulling teeth. And they learn far more from just being on the boat and going to places you go to than they'll ever learn in school. And all they need to know is how to read, and Terry read to them every night, and that got them into the habit of reading, and to this day they're both really big readers. And they need to understand a bit of arithmetic, although Pippin never did get the hang of that. And that's about it. Everything else, they'll learn when they need it, and we didn't feel competent to teach them through high school, so we put them into school at that level, and they instantly caught up with the stuff they'd missed. And they both got really full scholarships, as I mentioned earlier, but not just because of my accidentally good money management, because they also were really neat kids, and the colleges wanted them. And boat kids almost always do better at college applications than anybody else because they're neat people with interesting experiences. So now, I mean, you cannot get these kind of experiences out of school. So we had them on the boat until they were 12, basically. And then finally, do remind them to wear clothes when they go ashore, because they will forget, because they'll be running around without them most of the time. So we have a really tight-knit family to this day. They're 38 and 37. And we have a better relationship with our children than anybody else we know. And I put it down to the cruising and being together on the boat. So we got to the eastern end of Venezuela. We're in a little village here, which has no road access, only by boat. And it wasn't particularly good anchorage. And Paul got really sick. At this point, he's like almost 4 months old. And he was turning blue from lack of oxygen and wheezing. So we're running really scared. So we do an overnight passage up to Grenada and find a doctor. They wanted to put him in the hospital immediately, but we took care of him there, and he recovered pretty quickly. They bounced right back. But it was another experience that if we had been sailing direct back up to the Virgin Islands and we'd been halfway there, we could have lost him. So that was another reason why we decided we're going to go back to the States. So then from Grenada, we went up to St. Lucia, and you've got the Northwest Caribbean current is setting against us, and the winds were the wind had gone somewhat into the northeast, so it was a miserable beat, and we got set 20-odd miles west of St. Lucia, and this was the worst night ever for us, so who wants to see photos of it? In all the cruising we've done. So in the middle of the night, Tara's down below holding the 2 of them. She got 2 babies like this, and everybody's asleep. And then one of them threw up woke up and threw up over the other one, and then the other one woke up and threw over the first one, and then Terry threw up over both of them. And so we fish them out into the cockpit in the middle of the night, and we get some towels out, and we clean them all up. And then Pippin says she's hungry, so I got a banana, and then she eats the banana, and we had this big tiller on that boat. And I had devised a rather clever, though I say so myself, autopilot system on it, and it meant that the tiller swung across the cockpit as the autopilot operated it. We got hit by a big wave, and the tiller came flying across the cockpit and whacked Paul in the head. And so we're looking at him and there's this big flap of flesh hanging off his head. So we're thinking, well, you know, we've killed him, but then he starts crying, so at least we know he's alive. And then we look at a bit closer, and it's a bit of banana peel that Pippin had thrown away that is stuck on his forehead. So this next bit's a little bit scatological, so if you have a weak stomach, you might want to take a break. So then we send them back down below, and they fall asleep, and then I have to take a crap. So, and I know if I go down below, I'm going to throw up, so I get a bucket and put some water in it, and I crap it out, and I throw it out over the side, and a wave hits me when I do that, and instead of it going overboard, it lands on the side deck. So now this boat's got some fairly high coamings, so instead of washing overboard, it's sluicing backwards and forwards up and down the side deck. So this is really bothering me. I should have just ignored it. So finally, I grab that, and I throw it over the side. It was a very well-formed turd, by the way. And I throw it over the side. So before you all leave today, to show my appreciation, you've been such a good audience, I want to shake everybody's hand. So anyway, we get into St. Lucia, and when Marigot Bay, which is, I don't know if you've been there, it's like a circular bay. Back in those days, it was just coconut trees. Now it's all hotels. A spectacular bay. And we cleaned them up, and we washed out all the towels and stuff. And I said to Terry, you know, this was my idea, it's simply not working. We'll go back to the States. And we'll find something else to do. And we almost bought a farm in Montana, a small farm, and we almost bought a motel in Idaho. But then Terry said to me, you know, let's give it one more try. And given that she actually doesn't like to sail to this day, she likes the places we go to, and she likes living on the boat. It was pretty remarkable. And from St. Lucia, going back to the States, it's a downwind sail the whole way. So we had this wonderful romp through the West Indies with these beautiful anchorages and no hard sailing all the way back to the States. And it kind of reset our whole cruising agenda, and I learned that I had to make sure that we kept the passages short and we go to beautiful places that Terry enjoys painting and exploring, and it's worked for the two of us ever since, even though she still doesn't like to sail. So the only real lesson that you need to learn on this is that this has to work for everybody on the boat, because typically this is the guy's dream and not the woman's dream. Well, occasionally it's the other way around, but not very often. So you just have to make sure that whoever your partner is, that this works for the two of you, because we have seen numerous marriages and partnerships break up on cruising boats within a few months at the start of the cruise, because they never found that balance in their lives. So we've been cruising together for 35 plus years since then, and as I mentioned, the children still like us, and occasionally we get them out to us. And these last few years, we've been on the west coast of Scotland for 3 summers. And this, of all the places we've been, this is my favorite cruising in the world, even though the weather's utterly miserable much of the time.
I was going to say, you haven't inspired me with the weather. Every time I talk to him, it's like, you know, it's a gale, it's 40, 50 knots. We had an average of a gale a week for 3 summers, but there's hundreds of gorgeous protected anchorages. So you go from one to the other between the gales, and then it's just spectacular. The wildlife is amazing. This one island has got tens of thousands of nesting puffins on it. They're not even fazed by people. Terry was on her knees painting with a pad in front of her, and a puffin hopped onto it. They're just not bothered by people. It's just magical experiences. And then we got seals everywhere. And then we sailed to Northern Ireland. And here's some really interesting cultural experiences. We sailed into Derry, which is the heart of the conflict between the Protestants and Catholics in Ireland. So you've still got these enormous wall paintings reflecting some of the troubles, the issues that they had there. And we went up to the Faroe Islands.
They got the highest cliffs in Europe, 2,500 feet, some of those cliffs, straight into the water. And then down the west coast of Ireland was consistently the roughest sailing we've ever done. And I had to wait to take this photograph till the lighthouse came into view so that we could get some sense of scale here. So I wouldn't recommend the west coast. The Irish are delightful. And there's some really good anchorages, but the minute you stick your nose out of an anchorage, you're into big Atlantic swells because there's nothing between Ireland and Boston. And some pretty rigorous, tricky entrances, but some wonderful scenery and experiences, and just the Irish are totally delightful. You'll be in the supermarket in a queue, and then you'll open your mouth and they'll realize you're not local, and they'll want to talk to you, and then there's 10 people behind you. In America, they'd all be getting ornery, and they just want to all listen and join in. And before you know it, you have a community discussion going on, and nobody's worried about the fact that they're there for 20 minutes waiting to check out. And then, of course, there's the music in the pubs. The problem with the Irish is that they don't start playing music till 10 or 11 at night. And I like to be in bed by then. So most of the time, Terry had to take the dinghy in on her own because she loves music. And I wasn't willing to stay up half the night listening to people playing, but a lot of fun. We went out to the Skagit Islands, where that Star Wars movie that you've seen, they filmed some of it out there, so now it's become a huge tourist trap. They had monks build these stone beehives and lived in them without any heating or any kind of lighting, or miserable. There's small islands, whatever food they could glean from the islands for 600 years in those little beehives.
No thanks.
And then other river explorations. Of course, there's pubs everywhere. And then we went down the coast of France, not Atlantic coast of France, to Spain and Portugal. Totally different kind of experience. It's more about the culture. Even growing up in Europe, I did not realize that there are several cities in France and Spain that still have almost intact walls that were built by the Romans all the way around the cities. So some really, really terrific exploration. Terry got heavily into her €1 coffees with free treats with it. So that became a routine that we had to do every day. And then, of course, there's all the port testing you have to do when you get down to Portugal, just to find out which one you really like. And the food is great. And then we have all of the local traditions. And lots of castles. And very interesting sculptures on many of these castles. There was for a whole period in medieval times, there was this cult of pornographic carvings on churches. So I'm not sure what the message was, but you've got, well, I won't go into some of the details, but you have some really interesting sculptures, and Terry got heavily into this, so she's got this whole list of churches that we have to go and see just so we can see these pornographic sculptures. And then some really difficult harbor entries on the North Shore. And this particular one, we couldn't get in this time. It was just too risky. But we went back another time. And then you get into these just fabulous coastal villages, fishing villages. It's just totally different to anything you'll see over here. Until finally we got to this river between Spain and Portugal. And the cruising guide says, on no account should you think of going in here. So I always see something like that as a challenge. So we found a calm day and we anchored off and we got in the dinghy and we mapped out a route across the sandbar and we got the boat in there, and it was great exploration up the river. And then we went out and following the track that I had saved. We went back in again that year, we went back out, we went in twice more the following year following that track, and then we went in one more time. And when we came out, it was kind of rougher than it had been, and it was only 2 days later, and the sandbar had moved 30 yards overnight, and I'm blindly following the track on the chart and not looking at if I'd have looked closely, you could almost see the sandbar. And I put us straight onto that sandbar, and the waves were breaking over the boat. So we're in a really difficult situation, and I'm working the throttle on the engine like this back and forth to try and get us off of there, and I'm looking at the temperature gauge because I know I'm sucking sand into it, and I'm wondering if it's going to overheat. And then Terry's on the bow, and she managed to toss a line to a passing fishing boat, and they dragged us off, and we got off of there. And then And afterwards, I realized we have a 10 kilowatt bow thruster on the boat. And I feel like I'm defeated if I use it, so I never use it. I had forgotten we had a bow thruster. I could have blown us off that sandbank in 5 seconds with the bow thruster. So we did $130,000 worth of damage to the boat. We destroyed the rudder, we cracked the hull. We're lucky. If it had been any less well built than our boat, it would have sunk.
Wouldn't you notice that like halfway across the bay, though?
Well, then we had a repair job done in Spain, yeah, and that started to break up in the middle of the Bay of Biscay in a 4.7, and we're lucky the boat didn't sink there as well. So then it had to be rebuilt in England.
There's some good articles in Professional Boat Builder about that rebuild job. They
Yeah,
did a bang-up job.
So here's the wonderful thing about my life, is that if I don't mind admitting my screw-ups, I can get paid for it, because I publish it. So I wrote about that, and I got it published 2, maybe 3 times now, and I made a profit on the accident. But it destroyed Terry's faith in my boat handling and navigation. I mean, it really did.
Yeah,
and to this day, she still has PTSD. And whereas before, she would blindly accept anything I basically said to do with the boat, now she's second-guessing me all the time. And I don't think I'm ever going to recover from that sandbar.
I don't think I recommend trying to make money off from your accidents.
Yes, right.
I don't think it's going to happen again.
Yeah. So the 2 most magical experiences in our whole cruising time have been with dolphins. And in this case, we're in an anchorage in Belize, and we had heard about this wild dolphin that liked to play around with people. So we went in there and we threw out the anchor, and the children jumped in the water with Terry, and the dolphins come straight over and starts to play with them. And then all of a sudden, and I'm taking pictures, and then all of a sudden the dolphin quit, and it starts swimming down the anchor road and back up again. And then I realized we're dragging, and we're dragging towards a reef. So I reset the anchor, and then the dolphin went back to playing with the children. And then Pippin was getting a little cold, and she starts climbing the ladder to get on the boat. And the dolphin comes up behind her and butts her hits her in the butt, and knocks her back in the water because it's not done playing. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And then just this past 2 years ago, we were in Spain, and another dolphin comes up alongside, and it wants to play with us. And then, so we anchored up with a couple of fishing boys, and we got well away from them so that we wouldn't swing into them when the tide turned. And then the boys are closer, and I thought we're dragging, and we're not dragging, and then I look a bit closer. The dolphin has got the pot warps in its mouth, and is bringing them over to us. And it got him so close to the rudder that we had to re-anchor because I was afraid of fouling them. And then we had the rubber dinghy alongside the boat, and then the dolphin starts humping the dinghy, and that's when we could tell it was a male dolphin because it had a heart on, and it's going under this dinghy and kind of rubbing itself like this and getting all excited. So then Terry wanted to get in the water and swim with it, but we were both a bit nervous that it might get a little too aggressive. So I've got this little video. Let's see if it'll shoot. I'm not sure if this will play. Will it just play if I
don't know.
Press it again?
I don't think so.
I don't know how to get it to go on your computer.
I don't know if it imported it as a video.
Which is a shame, because it's just something else. And that dolphin just kept coming up to be rubbed, and then it would stick his head up, and then it would lay on his back.
We'll try at the end of the show to plug your computer in and bring it back
up. I mean, it's just, these kinds of experiences, it's just magical. And this is like 30 years apart. And in between, one time, we were sailing along the north coast of Honduras, the Bay Islands, and making a cruising guide. And the charts there were done from the 1830s by the British and have never been revised. And we had heard locally that there was a reef entrance on the north coast that wasn't on any of the charts. So we kept going in towards the reef and coming out, looking for it. And then we picked up a school of small dolphins, spinner dolphins, and there's like a dozen of them playing in the bow wave. And then we go in to go try and look at the reef, and there was no reef entry there, and the dolphins just went crazy. They're jumping out of the water, they're squeaking, they're telling us no way you can get through there. So we go back and straighten up again, and they go back in the bow wave, and they're playing in the bow wave. It's just some wonderful, wonderful experiences with. So we've been doing this now for actually 40 years. The magic of it certainly hasn't gone away for me. I'm not so sure that Terry's ever going to get the magic of sailing. We'll get too old before we run out of places to go cruising. And that's Terry. That makes all of this possible.
There you go.
So that's all I have on that lot. And now we'll go from the sublime to the ridiculous.
To the ridiculous, yeah, really. It's one of those things for sure. Well, thank you for sharing all of those stories for sure. Have you, you haven't been back and done any canal boats yet? Because I think that's something that Lynette would do, because, you know.
I would love to do that again. English canals were built in the 1700s before there were steam engines. So they were built for the biggest boat that a horse could pull, which is basically 25 tons of payload. So they built the canals 7 feet wide and 72 feet long, the locks.
The locks, okay.
So the biggest boat you can get in there is 70 feet long and 6 foot 10.5 inches wide. You have 3/4 of an inch clearance on each side. And so we built 2 of those, and then some of those, you know, locks in the centuries have swelled a little bit, and you get a bit stuck as you're going up and down. And so then the water pressure forces you up, or the weight of the boat puts you down. But a certain amount of scraping goes on going up and down in those locks. But and they're all hand operated, and in some places there's 12 of them in a row. So on the Grand Union Canal that they built, it was twice the normal width, so you can get 2 boats side by side. So we came to this flight of 12 locks, and there's another boat with us with troubled kids that they took on, you know, try and help them become better citizens, basically from a remand school. And they've got like a dozen of these young kids with way too much testosterone on them, and in this boat, running ahead to open and close all the locks, wind up the lock gates, get the gates open, and so on and so forth. So we went up pretty fast, and even so, our time up that flight of locks was significantly longer than 2-person crews in the days of the working boats. So I don't know what the hell they did to get up those flights of locks. I think they probably rammed the gates when the water levels weren't quite level and forced them open. But
and I think you can charter, to this day, you can still charter those boats, right?
Yeah. So it's actually a magical experience, and every night you just hammer an iron bar into the bank and tie off to it, and then there are pubs everywhere. And
sold.
Yeah, no, it's. I would love to do it again. We had 7 years on those boats. We really enjoyed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's always been kind of in the back of my mind as a possibility to go explore.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, excellent. They.
How does the boat go the other direction? These things just barely fit one boat.
Well, there's areas where you can turn around. So then, and actually, one time we went up the Thames. We decided to see how far we could get up the Thames. And this was in the springtime when Thames was somewhat in flood. And we got up and up and up. We kept going for a couple of days. And then somebody said, how are we going to turn around? The river was narrower than the boat. So we hadn't even thought about it. We just kept going in the straight direction. So we found a place where a bunch of cows had been coming down to the river, and they'd kind of eroded the riverbank. And we tried to turn around there, and the floodwaters got us and jammed us across the river. So now we're just stuck there. So then we had to go and find a hardware store, and we got some shovels and pickaxes. And we had to hack enough of the bank away to where we could get the bow to swing around and get back down the river.
Oh my gosh, that's what, when my parents did the Great Circle, which is another trip that I recommend, you know, maybe down the road when I get rid of the big boat. But I got to do little sections of that. And same thing when our kid was really little. And so, you know, people on the boat would be like, isn't that kid supposed to be in school? I'm like, he's in school right here, you know. But the Great Circle was the sections that I did, which I've done, you know, stretches of Michigan, I've done Kentucky Lake and Mobile Bay and a little bit across Florida and so on and so forth. And, you know, this was back 95 or whatever, so it probably has changed. But my dad's friend was on the hunt to go get some beer, and so he had this lobster boat, and so he'd just drive it to the side of the river, leave it in gear, right? And his wife's just sitting there reading a book, and he'll be like, I'll be back, and he'd hike up to the town and get some beers and come back, and he'd just throw that big lobster boat in reverse and back it off of the river. And he's like, you don't need no anchor if you're just going on a beer run. And so all the little marinas when I was down there, the hospitality was the best ever. They all had a little van, and I mean, it was a beater of a van. The keys were in the ignition, and every one of the little marinas, they'd have a little jar for gas money, and any of the boaters could just take the van and go up to the grocery store and get food and whatnot. And they're like, just don't take the keys out of the ignition. Well, this one guy's like, somebody did that a year or so back, and we played hell getting them back in, you know. So just he's like, trust us, nobody's going to steal the van. Everybody in town knows it belongs to the marina, you know. And then they all have, in the morning, they're down in the Southern Hospitality. They're sitting there, and they'll have, you know, a coffee pot on the front porch or whatever, and you're looking at your boats. And in the afternoon, they'll have some real cheap beer there, you know, on ice. And I was talking to the one guy, and we were having a beer, and he's like, "Oh, here comes another one." And I said, "What's that?" He goes, "A whistle pisser." I said, "Whistle pisser?" He goes, "Yeah, see that there? Sailboat." I said, "Oh." He goes, "Watch this. They're going to pull in. The first thing they're going to do is ask how much diesel fuel is. And they're going to be like, sure is high." Mind you, they're buying 6 gallons. And then they'd be like, "Where's the pisser?" And this sailboat came in. Wanted to know how much the diesel fuel was and where the pisser was. They went running up the dock looking for the bathroom. And so every now and then when I'm teaching my students, I'll just throw out whistle pisser. And I'll keep going just to see if any of them are like, wait, what was that?
So you're paying attention.
Yeah, he's paying attention.
You know, another unique feature of the English canals are the tunnels. Some of those tunnels are 2 miles long. And they're just wide enough for 2 boats to pass and rub against the tunnel sides, and then it curves around like this. So on our boat, we had made the superstructure reasonably abrupt so we could get slightly more space inside. And then we had a nav light on the side of that. And going through one of those tunnels, we actually just unwound the top off the nav light because it's rubbing on the tunnel walls. So you go in for half a mile, and there's a little bit of light that disappears, and then it's pitch black. And then you keep going, and then after a while you see a little spot of light ahead of you, and then it opens up again.
Not for the claustrophobic.
No, one time we came to this tunnel, and there was some smoke coming out of it, and a whole queue of boats waiting to go in. So I guess, being who I am, I had to have a look and see what was going on. So I just went past everybody and went in the tunnel, and there's a coal barge stuck in there because the water level was down a bit. So, we basically forced our way past it just by ramming up the side of it because it wasn't quite all the way over. And then we got every bit of line. They were almost out the other end, every bit of line that they had and every bit of line that we had. And we managed to get it to the end of the tunnel. And then we got like 200 people up there pulling on this thing, and with us on our boat, revving it up and whamming away until we dragged that barge out of the tunnel. But we had one time, we had my sister on board. And she wasn't very good on the tiller, and we came through a little bridge, and then we had a sharp turn, and she got it wrong, and I'm sitting on. We had a moped that we had on the back deck, and I'm sitting on the moped, and the tiller comes over, hooks herself under the moped, and flicks the 2 of us into the water. So, and then she rams the bank. So there's a bunch of people there, and I'm coming up, and then I'm going down, and somebody said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I got a moped down here." So one of the people on the bank, they've already said, "No, you don't." So one of the guys jumped in, and he went down. He does have a moped down here. So we fished it out, we drained the water out of it, put it back on the boat, and we had some wonderful adventures on those boats.
It sure sounds like it. When we were sailing across Mobile Bay, which I didn't realize how big it was, right? And we had this Bob Perry boat, 6-foot draft, and the water's all about 6 and 7 feet deep. And out here, if the water's less than 40 feet deep, I'm sure we're going to run aground, right? And so I finally my personality could take it where I had to shut the depth sounder off. I'm like, I don't even want to look anymore. The chart tells me, what are we going to do about it? And we were dragging through mud and everything else, but we made it across Mobile Bay without incidents. And so it was a little bit crazy. I'm going to go sailing down there in Pensacola for spring break for a couple, 3 days.
Nice.
I haven't been anchored off there in 20 years
There's
probably.
some great sailing around the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, that's where we're going to be.
Very nice.
So.
Yeah.
So a couple of things on spare parts when I said that I got rid of almost everything on my
Do you want to
boat.
get here in front of the computer?
Here, we'll just slide it this way just to skosh all so I can push it. On the spare parts, so on a sailboat or a single engine trawler, I do carry a spare starter and a spare alternator.
I have just done that.
Yeah.
I did an audit of all the things that could actually screw up our cruising.
Right.
They were central. The windlass, which I had just fried the year before, and the starter motor and the alternator. So I just started rebuilding my spares for that reason, the really critical stuff.
And that's where I'm like,
Yeah.
those two things, and my anchor winch I'm not as worried about. Well, I haven't blown any discs yet,
Right.
but
Yes. Yep.
because we're a sailboat, I have bought a little cat's claw, and I can use the winch, the main halyard winch, and get my anchor gear back. It's a little bit slow, but a couple years ago, the wind came up, and Lynette's like, I'm like, oh, we're going to get underway without starting the motor. She's like, okay, nut job, you know. But I wanted to make sure that I could pull the anchor up with my winch, 12 feet at a time, and get the sails up and get underway without the motor. And then I realized I need an extra starter motor, because if the starter motor doesn't crank, I just want to have one.
Right.
And but what I've been recommending is, on my old Perkins, I did this, and a couple other people have done this. What you do when you get the spare is you put it on your boat yourself, like physically install it on the motor, because sometimes you need like a special long, adapter for your socket set or whatever, in the right size. And so having a spare starter is going to do you no good if you don't have the right tools. So I installed it myself on my Perkins, and I made it exactly 3 months, and the spare gave up the ghost. And so it was just a defective starter, and it got warrantied. But anyway, so the starter, the alternator, because like you, all of us, right? We're using so much energy that it's not if, but when. And they go for thousands of hours if you got a good system, but I still do carry a spare. And a couple of my Nordic Tug customers said, whatever you do, Mike, just tell people that are headed up the inside passage here to carry a spare potable water pump. And I got to thinking about it and all the boats I've been on, and all of our boats, they bury the water tanks. When the potable water pump quits working, you typically can't get enough water out to brush your teeth. And so, back when boats were created a little better, you could have a spot, you could get some water or whatever. You can carry a little spare water, but the Nordic Tug that specifically told me to recommend it, make sure you get the same pump that you have. Because they had 2 weeks, they got the Desolation Sound, they're in paradise, right? They're anchored the first night, and the water pump goes out. So they've spent 3 or 4 days getting there. They can't brush their teeth, and so they pick up and they go over to Campbell River. They buy another water pump at the Marine Chandlery. It's like every other plumbing project, minimum of 3 trips to the hardware store, because it wasn't the exact same. Yeah. So they spend 2 days, right, back and forth and trying to find all the right fittings and to get this pump refitted, and then they go back and they're in Desolation Sound. And they're like, we worked all year in a cubicle for these 2 weeks, and we had to spend, 4 of those days, going back to get a water pump. And so I'm like, if your boat's in that situation, I think a spare water pump for $100, $150, whatever they cost. And the thing is, they run for years and years and years. And so.
But then they don't.
But then they don't.
So my saltwater pump is the same as my freshwater for that reason.
So you can swap them
Plus
out.
I have a spare.
Yeah, we just refit a 50-foot boat that's going through the Northwest Passage, and the boat owner wants every pump the same, and a couple of spares.
Yeah.
So.
The variable speed water pumps are not good.
The variable speeds are not good?
Yeah, I replace a lot of those.
Yeah.
People like them because you don't need the expansion tank. I'm a mechanic. I work on boats. But if you run them, the controller dies, and then you have no pump.
Yeah, I've gotten lucky. I have 3 water pumps. I put one on when they first came out because I didn't think they'd be any good. Got 8, 10 years out of it. But I don't like it. And I've run the tank dry and come back to the boat, and it's just been running for days. Didn't fry it. But what I don't like about it is I like to have an accumulator, because in the middle of the night, if you get a leak or you leave a faucet open, it goes brrrr, and I am instantly awake, and I have to find out where my water's going.
Right.
With a variable speed pump, you never know, because they just turn super slow, and it leaks and leaks and leaks, and I get up, and then I'm just mad at myself. And so I don't recommend the variable speed pumps. I just figured it would die. It's on the boat. It's like my spare now. I just leave it on there. And
I've replaced a lot of them.
A lot of them. So, but having the spare pump, so starter, and if you've got two engines, you don't worry about it. Any other spare parts you can think of? Those are the 3 couple key ones.
I think a raw water pump for the engine is
Yeah, in our
Yeah.
diesel class,
Yeah.
and be able to charge and be able to change the raw water impeller yourself. Yeah.
And I have a spare pump as well.
My Yanmar, there's a little brass bronze bar across the inlet and outlet.
Yeah.
And at the end of a trip just a year ago, it severed and the legs came out and just ripped everything off the impeller.
Huh.
So it's just, there's no way you're gonna fix that.
Yeah, on a
Yeah.
raw water cooled
Yeah.
boat, if the rubber impeller is the, and I'll go, it's
Yeah.
it's coming up in my other, in the alarms and other good ideas, a couple of things that that I'll put on there.
Yeah, I don't carry much more in the way of spares anymore,
I don't-
other than those ones that really will mess up our cruising.
Yeah, I don't think there's, and the thing is, every place that you went and I go, you know, you can get stuff delivered in a few
Yeah,
days.
a few days, yeah.
If you're on an extended cruise, but if you're on a 2-week cruise and that's all you get, it's a little, you know, a little different story. So we've got our cranking up our batteries monitor. Nigel did his fuel. I got one more thing on there, but the maintenance thing we covered in our diesel engine class, and I still think this is the best way to keep maintenance going on your boat. And Nigel had it yesterday in the diesel class. James and Jennifer put 12,000 hours on their Nordhaven sailing around the world, motoring around the world. And it's really easy to use. Like I said, it's probably the only free thing you've got in here. You modify it there because theirs is a John Deere diesel. And what I get into is when things turn red. My OCD, when I open up my computer, all you got to do is you put in the number of hours on the main engine, and it's got all the logic built in. And so it tells me, because of either the engine hours or because of the hours, and this one turns out it's both, I have failed to replace my raw water impeller in the 2-year interval and 500 hours. Now, I just put in a fake number to get it to turn red. And then every 6 months, I'm supposed to drain off the water. If it's coming up, it's got 1 more month before it's due, it turns orange. So it's like, oh, in the future, I should look at doing this. And so, and I have a couple of different tabs. I have my engine on here, and then I have another tab that I've filled in with things that I forget about. You know, like lubing the anchor winch once a year, and you know, replacing the filter on my outboard motor. You know, I've got a little fuel water separator, and just things like that. And so I've got a list, and I think it's, for maintenance-wise, whether you do it yourself or not, it's a good thing for resale. I have a couple of people that I know that did a couple of tabs on how much that stuff cost. I don't keep track of that. That's embarrassing. We don't want to know how much of the household budget goes into the boat, so I don't keep track of the cost. But I think as a resale tool, if you document when these things have been done on a regular basis, it's also really good. A little story. So I went to Hawaii and as a young lad, and we took this 235-footer over there that we built at the shipyard. And I thought, wow, 240 feet, that's huge compared to my 27-foot boat. Yeah, let's go to LA and over, you know, Maui. And it's like a dream cruise. It was February. Turns out there's a few gales out there in February. Like, we took Greenwater. The bridge was on the 4th story of this big dinner cruise boat, and we buried the bow, and the boat stopped and shuttered, backed up, and we bent 1/4-inch bow plate. Yeah, it was a thing. I was like, okay, so February's out for the Pacific for me, you know. And so, but we got to Hawaii, and one of the other boats we had was this big catamaran that went out and did little snorkeling tours and stuff. And I was looking at the logs and the maintenance, and it had these 2 little Yanmars in there that you couldn't service. And the company policy was, don't worry about servicing them. It's impossible. We'll just keep replacing them. And I was talking to the mechanic, and he's like, every 2 to 4 years, they were replacing one or the other of those little Yanmars because they could not service them. They're turning into rust buckets. They're having, you know, all sorts of people drive them who don't even care, you know. And like, I'm like, this is company policy? Like, you just keep throwing these motors away? And so it was a crazy thing, but that's what they were doing.
So the website for that is MV Dirona, Dirona / some other stuff. But if
Yep.
you go to
If you just-
nvderona.com,
Yep.
you'll find it.
And if you just search maintenance, it'll pull up the article.
Yeah.
If you're a techie, they do a lot of other cool stuff. James was an old mechanic, and so he's got some stuff with like load shedding and whatnot, so he could optimize his generator. So he'd keep it running at 80%, but they could just turn everything out on the boat, and he had loads that would automatically shed, and he did all sorts of power management and rebuilding of stuff, and neat guy, a lot of good information. He's from Seattle. They're back here now. They sold the boat.
I think he runs the Amazon service, doesn't he? I think that was his day job.
He worked the whole time they went around the world.
Yeah.
He works on the cloud and stuff for
Yeah,
Amazon.
I think
of the big
he's
tech
one of the
guys.
lead guys on the Amazon server world.
He is, and so it's a great system.
Yep.
They when I was in Hawaii, they asked me to stay because we were doing all these program logic controls and stuff, and nobody on the boat knew how to fix them. And since I'd helped build the boat, I could do it. And I said, no, it's too expensive. I don't want to live in Hawaii. And so the owner of the company said, all right, Mike, we really got to have you. We need an electrician. I said, well, what's the deal, And he said, well, I can't afford to pay you anymore. He said, but how about you could stay on my yacht? And I said, well, I guess, what do you got? And he had an old, I think it was a Columbia, big old Columbia sailboat. And he says, but here's the deal is, you can't be on board on Saturday night. Fair enough. What goes on? He goes, well, the way I pay for that yacht is every Saturday night we pick up people in a limousine. We bring them down with a captain. They bring all this food on board. And then we take them out for a sunset cruise. And that pays for the boat. I'm 23 years old or whatever. I'm like, oh, I can't be on board on Saturday night? Okay. And then he goes, it gets better. So he says, any of the food that's left over, we just leave on board. So you can have all this food. And I got people that wash the boat and come down and clean the boat before and after. And the cooler of beer will always be full. I'm like, I'm not finding any downsides to this arrangement. But I had to work 6 days a week. So my 5 months in Hawaii was really equivalent to about 2 weeks of vacation because I got, only on Sundays would I get the day off and get to go explore. But it was super fun being in Hawaii.
In our impecunious cruising days, when we were in the Virgin Islands, we figured out that those charterers get too much food and booze. And before the boats go back, the night, like Friday night, we'd make sure we were in an anchorage where there were a bunch of these charterers, and we'd go and collect all the leftover food and wine. So we got some pretty good groceries for free for all the time we were in the Virgin Islands.
That's good. I was just walking around with my son up at Cap Santa Marina, and this guy's like, hey, you drink red wine? Yeah. Do you like scotch? Yeah. Why? He goes, oh, these people have been buying me all this booze. I don't drink it, and the boat's for sale, so somebody needs to take it. I'm like, all right. So he just threw it all in the cart, and away I went. So it was a good deal. So anyways, that website, yes.
I want to ask a question about the schedule.
Yeah.
They have adjust valves on every 4,000 hours.
Yep.
That seems like a pretty wide interval. I think
Ran.
Our manual says, hey, that's on a 1,000-hour interval check.
John Deere Industrial 6068 high pressure common rail. James is the one I followed. They got 12,000 hours without an injector failure at all, but some of these may have been changed. I don't know.
Yeah, some of the
Injector service on here.
Yeah. So,
Right.
anyways, I don't know if this is 100% accurate, but when you pull his up, it's going to be for the John Deere, and then you do exactly what you said. You get out your Yanmar manual, and you just change the intervals for months and hours due, and then it matches your engine. So it's really easy to change because the logic doesn't get messed up. So the logic that's built in is just here with hours left. Jennifer I think she worked for Microsoft for a while. I think she was the Excel people. But they're both techies. Either one of them could have done it. But anyways, whenever you do a service, you just update the hours here, and you can tweak, and then it just tells you how much time. And then the threshold you can change. Like this is set for 50 hours in 1 month. The threshold is when it turns orange. It's always going to be turn red if it's overdue. And so, yeah, just spend it's a Saturday morning, cup of coffee or some tea, and just take, yours. You might be in luck, Rob. Might be the exact same engine. So when you download it, you just start fresh.
Right.
You're ready to go. So that was a fun thing. Yeah, right here. So what's going to make your engine die on the maintenance side of things? Exactly what you just said about being able to service your own impeller. You know, that's every other year. And then cooling system maintenance. I don't know. We've talked about descaling, running fresh water through your engines, all this other stuff. When I pull back into the marina, I don't flush my engine. I've got a 5-year, maybe 6 if I push it, where I do the cooling system and take the heat exchanger to the radiator shop and just have them ultrasonic dip it. I do that, and I just know that the cooling system's going to be good because I've seen that's the thing that kills our engines all the time. And I'll talk about my poor old generator. I was pulling into the boatyard to get a haul out, and they didn't have any electricity where they're going to park me. So I fired up my generator, and I had been on the track of the thing broke down every year. It was World War II. Like, it's an old Onan, it's a disaster. But I had an agreement with my wife that if it stayed running, I would use that, and and then I could buy a whole bunch of expensive alternators and batteries and everything instead of buying a generator. So I kept praying that it would die sooner, And I was running the engine to top off the batteries because we'd been out and about, anchored out, and all of a sudden the generator, the alarm on that thing, it had an alarm, and it was set to some sort of Chernobyl temperature because when the alarm went off and I opened the engine room compartment door, the steam and the antifreeze that was raining from the overhead, right, and the temperature differential, I realized like my dream had come true. The generator was toast. But the alarm did finally sound, and the pressure wash guy who was a former math student of mine, he's like, "Hey, Beemer, how's it going? Good, good." And he's like, he goes, "You have 2 through hulls down here, big one and a little one." I said, "Main engine generator." And he's like, "How's your generator doing?" I said, "Not so good. Why?" And he goes, "You sucked in a fish, ass first. It's plugged up solid as can be."
Wow.
And so I says, "Well, mystery solved."
Yeah.
And so at that point, I did get a new thing.
So something we actually didn't discuss in the diesel class was most temperature sensors are on the freshwater side. So before they go off, you've lost, and typically the loss of water is on the raw water side, for a blockage. So by the time the temperature sensor goes off, you may have done substantial damage on the raw water side and to the exhaust. So a useful addition in there is a temperature sensor in the raw water exhaust. And they're not terribly expensive. You can, I don't have any pictures of that, but you can splice.
Turns out I do.
Yes, I thought you might.
After all those nice pictures, we'll skip forward. So I have a couple of alarm things. So, well, first of all, this is a panel we built. We refit West Sail 39. And we added 2 alarms, which I recommend on every boat. And that is high bilge and exhaust temperature.
Yep.
And we also put in 2 bilge pumps with these on-off auto switches. And these are right at the companionway. They're where you can see. The alarms are good, but one of the things that I recommend is, so we used to sail from Muskegon, Michigan over to Wisconsin on my parents' boat with my dad. Like, he'd take us kids. And it was a good time. We would leave at 7 p.m. and sail all night, drop the anchor, and go have breakfast, and then sail back home. I guess that's what sailors do, is stuff that makes absolutely no sense. But we went to Wisconsin to get breakfast. And so, and
they have good cheese there, I believe.
They do.
Yeah.
And so, but you can imagine if you're sailing on a nice beam reach and life is perfect and the moon's out and father and brother are sleeping or whatever, you're having this great day, you're a teenager, you're hungry, you need a sandwich. Down you go, and you step into about a foot of water, and the floorboards are starting to float. Turns out your best day, worst day, they can happen at the same time. And so when you get on a boat, if you can't see that the bilge pump is coming on and off, like if the stuffing box falls off, for example, if the clamps break or any other array of things that can happen, you want to know. And I've been on hundreds of boats, and I started looking, where is the bilge pump switches? And they are never rarely are they anywhere where you can see them when you're operating the boat. From the cockpit of a sailboat, or power boats are worse usually because they put them down in like the nav area or down on the bottom of the console where your feet are, and you can never see that light when it starts cycling on and off. So a high water alarm would have also helped, you know. True, when the floorboards float, that's the high water alarm, but there's usually a better way. And so I really recommend these two. And it's, I skip a couple right here. This is a great do-it-yourself kind of project. And so you get these from Aqua Alarm. They make all sorts of really good stuff, pretty inexpensive for what it is. And it comes with a nice little panel, and all you got to do is go from a power source with a fuse, of course, and then to this thing, and you got a pair of wires that run down to the little switch, and the little switch goes on our mixing elbow. Because right where that cold water dumps into the 700-degree exhaust gas, and in about 6 inches space gets it cool enough to go into a rubber hose, right? That is where it's going to overheat. And what Nigel said, what I said, the engine alarms that come from, they're Chernobyl. I'm not kidding, like, because in order to run engines optimally, we want them to run as hot as possible. Back when I was growing up, a Chevy pickup truck would run at 170 degrees. It's 160. Then they went to 180. New ones are running 205, 210 degrees because they're more efficient. Well, if you're running nominally at a couple hundred degrees, the alarm needs to be above that so it doesn't nuisance trip, and the metallurgy fails right about then. It's just not a good system. So I put one of these on my boat, and in the name of science, I got Lynette up there. I said, Lynette, do me a favor. Before we change the rubber impeller, because it was on a 2-year cycle, I want to know how well this thing works. And she says, okay, what are you going to do? And I said, well, I'm going to start a stopwatch. Engine's going to be running. I'm going to close the seacock. And I'm going to time it and see how many seconds it takes for it to go off in the name of research. And she goes, isn't that going to toast the impeller? I said, probably. Is it going to end up down in the heat exchanger? Probably. You're still going to do it? Yes, I'm still going to do it. And so she says, all right, nutcase, you know, she's used to me by now. So she cranks up the motor, and I'm down there in the engine room, and I got the engine, we put it in gear. I said I wanted to simulate like we're building a bit of temperature, and so I'm like, just put it in gear, run it up to about 1,500 or so. She goes, doesn't the harbor master? I'm like, yeah, he's not around right now, don't worry about it. He'll never know. And so I said, I doubled up the stern line. What could go wrong? So she cranks it up, puts a decent load on there, and I go down to the engine room. I grab the seacock, and I get my stopwatch out, and because I'm going to start it when it's closed. And if I close it halfway, I got to halfway, the alarm started sounding. You just reduced 50% of the water flow was enough, right, on that system that you didn't even have to completely stop the water, and that alarm, my early warning sign came off. And so I was like, great. So I didn't even bother completely closing it. And I've been recommending these. I get 0 cents from Aqua Alarm, but I've been recommending them for years. Nope, this is on the external. So where you put this on, if we will draw a picture for you. I don't have one installed. It's right between where the water injects in and the rubber hose. It can't be on the rubber hose. So you go just above the rubber hose, and it's an external clamp, and it just goes around the metal exhaust elbow, and it works on any exhaust elbow. And it's just super efficient. I mean, it's just early warning signs. It's like if I would have had that when I sucked the fish in, I would have not destroyed my generator. And so I don't like there's little paddle wheel ones and little flopper ones and stuff that you put in the raw water circuit, and I don't care for those as much. Seems like there's room for stuff to plug and go wrong and not be as good. Yes?
Is the temp alarm a set temperature, or can you adjust it?
It's fixed. I think it's like 165 degrees. I'm pretty sure they just buy, you could make one yourself. They just go to Grainger and they buy a little temperature switch that they use on like a pellet stove, so when it warms up, the fan motor kicks on, type of a thing. And they just reproduce it through Aqua Alarm. But
So someone suggested I install a strainer on the outlet of my raw water pump, so if the impeller does get shredded, you catch all the bits.
just change the impeller every 2 years and you won't have to worry about it.
Or don't shred it like you would.
Or don't shred it like, well, I mean, in the name of science. But no, It does happen that you, once in a while, will get a blockage. Plastic bags are the big one around here, and in your seacock, and then you'll have issues. And the thing is, between the raw water pump and the first heat exchanger is usually where all the rubber bits are going to go anyway, so you can just take your shop vac and just take the cover off, suck them out. And don't forget, though, close the C valve. A lot of times those bits go the other direction, too, and we've seen them down in the other hose, both ways. I don't know how, it seems like it defies gravity, but sometimes you can get them going both ways. And, yeah, just don't worry about it. It just seems like one more thing that's problematic, because there you're on your engine, and I don't want to modify my engine cooling hoses any more than I have to, other than up to the vented loop. So, but anyway, so that was the Aqua Alarm is also where I picked up these really nice on-off. And you can buy these actually with a bilge pump counter in them if you want. And then same thing with a high water bilge alarm. Super easy to put a float switch in, run the wires. It's a really good beginning electrical. And you can test these things. The exhaust one, I don't recommend closing the C valve. Just take your heat gun and just warm it up until it sounds, just so that you know you got the system done right. So a heat gun will easily trip it off. In the high water alarm, you just go down and lift the float up once in a while. And I test mine a different way, though. I send students down into the bilge, because it's like 5 foot deep on that skookum. And I call it authentic learning opportunities. And I'm like, lift up on the float switch. All right, perfect. Like, what else? I'm like, that's it. I usually ask them something random, like, what's the gear reduction ratio? And they're all in there contorted trying to figure it out. And it's what we do.
Is there an actual gauge you can use so you can actually monitor the temperature before the
Nah, don't even worry about it. Just an on-off alarm. You could. There's all sorts of temperature things. I feel like you could get down in the weeds with just too much data, right?
So I was on a boat that failed in December, and it was disastrous. The mixing box was plastic, and it melted it.
Yeah, oh, the water lift mufflers are all, yeah, half of them are plastic. So the alarm, though, would have sounded before any of that damage occurred.
Yeah, and the guy didn't know what to do, and we were all new on the boat. I didn't know I was like, what's that noise,
What to do? It sounds like they need a little check,
And there was a diesel mechanic on the boat, and he said that he would have liked to have had a gauge. That's all
And, well, was he talking about a gauge on the engine temperature, though, as opposed to the exhaust temperature? What I'm talking about is just the exhaust temperature. And that's a different thing. I guess while we're talking about scary stuff and sinking, we ought to talk about tech tip number 10, the bilge pump in a bucket. When I was in going to the university, lived on my boat, rode my bicycle up to the UW. It was awesome. I worked on boats. And we had this boat come in, and the owner wanted to have, 5 bilge pumps. And we were installing a third depth transducer, forward-facing one. And it was an interesting situation. There was some 5x7 pictures plastered around the cabin of the boat, and they were all of the boat up on rocks. And and so I thought, well, maybe we should talk about charts and navigation as opposed to more depth sounders and 5x7 pictures of, and bilge pumps, because after 2 or 3 times in the rocks, you're pretty sure you're going to sink. And so he had bilge pump in the lazarette and in the bow and in the engine room and a backup bilge pump, and he had us route and we did not recommend it, but he insisted he wanted to pick up so he could use the engine's raw water pump as a bilge pump. And I said, well, that's perfect. It'll work like that for a little while, and then you'll overheat your engine, and you'll be without an engine. But anyways, $10,000 later, and I said, man, and so the pirate who ran Vessel Assist in Coronet Bay, so Deception Pass around here, that's where every boat breaks down. There's a little aura right there that, you take the most turbulent and the most current and where people are most afraid, and that's where they all break down. It's a good business if you're into the towing boats, right? So anyways, he said, come on, Beemer, that's ridiculous. He said, what we use 9 out of 10 times is not a big gas-powered trash pump or anything else. We just have a bilge pump in a bucket. And last summer, there's a rock up there outside of Foggy Bay that's not exactly where the chart says it is. And we talk about it in our seminar. But the person on the boat that ran into it had not been in our seminar, and they relied on their charts 100% and weren't looking outside, and they smucked into this thing. And they were taking on water. And so the next boat that came out had been to one of my classes and says, oh, you need a bilge pump. So this is a 3,500 gallon with a 2-inch hose and a number 10 gauge wire with a couple alligator clips. You can hook it on any battery that's got juice on your boat. You can, the rule is the cord and the hose need to be half the length of your boat. Because you can generally get any from the battery, half the length of the boat, you can get to a battery, and you can get the hose up out of port light or something. Very inexpensive. So that boat, the Coast Guard came, they put their trash pump on it, and it would start and quit. It would start and quit. And the bilge pump in a bucket was keeping the boat from sinking. They took the wife and the child off, and they did an emergency run up to Ketchikan and hauled the boat. And they did a real nice, big, long write-up for me, and they put it in some period like, this thing saved our boat. And so we've recommended a lot of those. Art has went to a roll-up collapsible hose, so it's a smaller bucket. I built this thing like 15 years ago, maybe more. I lose track of the years. I probably should plug it in to make sure it hasn't seized up. It's so old. But anyway, it's a really good idea because you can throw it in your bow thruster compartment if that's where you have water ingress. And the thing is, Art, Coast Guard Art teaches, if you're in a sinking situation, you have to mitigate the water. A bilge pump is never going to save you, but this just buys you some time. And so with the roll-up collapsible hoses, they will kink and whatnot, but usually if you're sinking and flooding and you get it going, you're probably going to have, it's not like you're going to forget, you might forget to close some valves or the sink valves or whatever, but you're going to know to get that hose straightened out until it gets nice and blown up and the water's headed out overboard. So I definitely think that that's worth a little bit.
So is that to back up areas that don't have a bilge pump, or for bilge pump failure? Or
Bilge pump failure, bilge pumps that plug up, bilge pumps that aren't keeping up. I just think like, the person who gave him the bilge pump in a bucket, the boat owner was like, how much did that cost? And they give him all the money. They wanted to keep it. Took him out to dinner, fancy dinner, wine. I'm like, that's the best part about it is you can give it to somebody else when they're in trouble, which is more likely that you're going to be doing than using it on your own boat. And so, inside passage, I have some more pictures. This was the coolest place. It's Buttedale. And you still, as a recreational boater, can stop. Has anybody been there? Couple. So I used to go in and tie up to these old logs. That was the dock. And Corey was the caretaker, and we used to get he lived up there all year, and we'd find out if he needed baking powder or flour or whatever. And then when we were up in Alaska, we'd get those things and, some dog treats, and we'd drop them off on our way south. Some new people have bought it. It's got a really cool freshwater lake and hydro plant, but if you email the current owner, you can actually still stop. And they used to render herring oil, I think, in this big building, and there's a bunch of old machinery and just really cool stuff. And so it's a fun place. But if you don't know about it, you got to email, and then because there's no dock people or anything like that. But
where is it?
it's on Princess Margaret Channel, about 3/4 of the way to Alaska. So that was the only day I had to put my rain jacket on in 16 days.
I was just looking at that, yes. Looks a bit like Scotland.
It does. So.
Is the email in Wagner?
It's in Wagner Guide, yep. Okay. They've got the email so you can get a hold of the current people and get a hold of that. One thing I got, so diesel class talked about fuel. Your first 5 tips, fuel today. There's the gauge that I installed. And so I have a couple of stories about this. So we're headed up on the flotilla, and Parrot Head, this Pacific Seacraft 44, calls me on the radio, Black Pearl, Parrot Head, And he starts describing, and my wife loves to listen to my brain work, and I'm armchairing it over the VHF radio, which is the best way to troubleshoot. And I said, sure sounds like you've got a plugged fuel filter, because the RPMs were starting to drop off and da-da-da. I said, I sure wish you would have installed, and I knew they were in my seminar, my 2-day seminar about going to Alaska. I said, I sure wish you would have installed a vacuum gauge. And he's like, whoa, 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 that's condescending. I so did install the vacuum gauge. I said, well, what does it read? He goes, I don't know, I haven't looked at it since I put it in. Okay, it's time. And so he comes up in a panic. It's in the red. We have to stop immediately. And I'm like, you don't stop in Johnstone Strait. I says, we're going to be going up here another 8 miles. It'll probably make it that far. We're going to duck into a bay. And I said, make sure you have the parking brake ready to go. He said, parking brake? I said, yeah. I said, do not slow down until you get there, because as soon as you pull back on the throttle lever, it's going to quit. He's like, ah, and I'm like, you're anchored. Just throw it out. And so he says, well, good. So he said, can you come over? I said, you got any cold beer? He goes, yeah. I said, okay. And so I come over there, and we have fine print that says we're the flotilla leader, but we're not the mechanics. We don't fix your stuff, you know. And so I had a pair of rubber gloves with me. So where's that cold beer? He gives it to me. Hey, you got any food? You know, some snacks? Yeah, get some food. He says, when are you going to change the fuel filter? Oh, I'm not. He says, well, you have gloves. I'm like, they're for you. You have to know how to do this, because if you've plugged one, and we are not to Alaska yet, you have dirty fuel tanks, and you're going to plug them all summer long until you get the fuel tank cleaned up. And so, but it was fun. I said, and I hope you don't run out of cold beer before you get that filter changed, because that's when I'm leaving. But so that was Parrot Head, and then I installed one of these with the red little trace, you know, needle, because the old ones didn't have that. You had to have look at them when it was running and at full load, and that was a pain in the neck. So I gave, you know, the Amazons another $87 and got one with a little red tracer needle. And we're getting ready to go on our flotilla, and we were at Anchor Cove Marina. We start up the boat, and my wife says, you know, I'm throwing off the dock lines, and she says, honey, I think the engine sounds funny. And I'm like, dear, you are always so nervous. And we have a thing, like, some people's glass is half full, half empty. Mine's effing overflowing, she says all the time. And so I says, well, you're just nervous. You know, we got 8 boats following us and da-da-da. So I throw it in reverse. I pull out into the channel, and that old Perkins goes, vroom, shuts down, and she goes, doesn't sound funny now. I was like, and I knew exactly what I had done, because I had shut the fuel supply off at the tank in order to take the top of the filter out to put the new gauge in, and didn't open the fuel valve. And when you run a Perkins until it's completely out of fuel because the valve is closed, you have to bleed everything. But luckily I had a priming pump, so I filled up the rate core, I filled up the secondary. Luckily I didn't damage my pump. I cracked all the injector lines, and of course, I'm still not living this down. There's an oil tanker leaving, there's a tugboat, there's the Guimas Ferry, and my wife is just losing her mind. And I'm like, just stand by the VHF radio. I said, we have no problems. And she goes, why? I'm like, we're broken down. They're not going to run us over. Like, she's like, well, they might toot their horn. I'm like, let them blow the whistles. I'm like, we're going to be fine. Don't panic. And she's back to my glass overflowing, and I duck back down in the engine room. I'm like, she called me, like, somebody else going to run? I'm like, they're not going to run us over. So anyways, I got the engine running. Not going to make that mistake again. There'll be others, I'm sure, but that one I'm pretty sure that I'm going to not be doing. And so,
I've been called by an oil tanker in Guimas Channel. What are your intentions?
I told her, I said, reply back. My husband's intention is to make the engine run again, but until then, we're adrift. So, anyways, Southeast Alaska.
Is that photoshopped?
Is just, this is a stock photo. But no, I got a lot of more photos. And so it's, what I love about it is it's not so commercialized in all little towns. You have to watch out when you want to get the cruise ship schedules. And I just pulled in a handful of pictures. I did a 45-minute talk about going up there in Glacier Bay. And I have to admit, I was very much opposed to going into Glacier Bay because you have to get permits. And I've been up there a handful of times, and I'm like, I'm not doing it. I'm like, you can see every bit of beauty. I mean, you can see, you know, glaciers and whales and everything else without going into the bay. And the anchorages are far apart, and it's long. And well, my wife's got a bucket list. We're going to see all the national parks. And so we've been checking them off. So we were going into the park. Well, I tried to get permits for weeks and weeks, got denied. And so I said, she goes, what do you think about the tour boat? I'm like, I like the way you think. We can actually say we've been in the park, and I don't have to spend 7 or 8 days getting up to the other end of it, and because there's a lot of bays you can't anchor it and stuff like this. And so we just paid $100 or whatever it is to get on the little fast. And what's cool about it is those aluminum Alaskan-built catamarans, like they just plow right through the ice field. They're Hamilton jet drives. They give 2 shits about, and they like. The only disadvantage is they wouldn't let me get down on the back and get some ice for my scotch. 'Cause I did want to do that. But anyways, they went 10 times closer to the face of the glacier than I ever would have went in my boat. And they were calving and stuff like that. So we got to see all our coastal brown bears. They're just everywhere. And then there's a couple of other things I wouldn't have known about. And they're like, oh yeah, there's all these mountain sheep. And they go, but it's off the beaten path a little bit. I would have never been there in my boat. And so we stopped and took pictures of this mama and the 2 little babies jumping all over and just watched them for hours and hours. Same thing, there's a bunch of puffins in this little island. It's got all these really cool birds on it. I wouldn't have known to go back there. And so you got the little park docent telling you about all this stuff and taking you to all the places you need to be. And, you know, this was on the way there. This wasn't even inside of Glacier Bay. So you start getting into all your bergy bits, and I don't know, there's like 7 different types of bergs and bergy bits and blah, blah, by, you know. Is it the size of a Volkswagen or the size of a school bus? I don't know the designation different. It's just beautiful. But, you know, the tour boat gives you lunch. They serve IPAs. They charge you $3. It's not like down here where it's $17 for a beer. It's like $3, and so I highly recommend it. This is at Annan, which is anybody been to Annan? Just one? Highly recommend it. So there's this little hut and this little platform, and there on the trail up, you want to have your bear spray. It's required you have it because you're going into Bear Central. But they usually don't eat humans because there's so much salmon available. And you hike up there, and the eagles, so the bears only eat 1 or 2 big bites out of the salmon, and they float downstream. And so there's just hundreds of eagles downstream. And then you watch the bears just sit there, and they just keep pawing and ducking their heads in, and they just keep sucking up on the salmon. And truly remarkable. And once again, it's a river delta, and if you take your own boat there, you need to have somebody on anchor watch because it's super shallow and poor holding, it's silt, and then it drops off to 200 feet deep. And so I was like, my wife and I are the only 2 people on board. I'm like, well, this would suck. And so out of Wrangell, you can do a little $100 thing where they take you in a little aluminum boat, kick you off at the beach, and say, we'll be back in 6 hours to pick you up. And so there's some places where I think as a cruiser, like I originally wanted to be in every place on my own boat doing it by myself. And as I've gotten older, I'm like, oh, that's just kooky talk. Like, find out what the locals are doing and go have fun and get hundreds of pictures of bears and waterfalls, and can't wait to go back. There's Lagoon Cove. We already talked about that one. So the whales everywhere. And there's just the face of the glacier with that deep blue. Because these things are receding, like this has not been exposed in literally thousands of years, right? And so you're just seeing this stuff as it melts and falls into the ocean. And they are slipping back, so don't waste too much more time. Go see them. And there's Ketchikan. I have only ever had on a 10-day forecast 1 day where they said it may not rain. It is a rainforest up there. It's like Scotland, right? I mean, it's
Second rainiest place on Earth.
second, yes. So they got a rain gauge, but when I pulled in this year, the 10-day forecast was low of 62, high of 72, pure sun for 10 days.
Wow.
I'm like, it is, as far as recorded history goes, that has never happened. And so we were pretty fortunate. I talked about Bo. We don't need to talk about it. Maybe we will talk about Bo. Let me see what else I got on here. Yeah, so Bo was a student from the electrical class, and only part of you were in my electrical class. So he was a squirrel in math class. He's a pain in the neck, and he came in and says, Mr. Beemer, I've paid my tuition, taken your electrical class, you can't kick me out. I'm like, oh, good Lord. And this kid was a pain in the arse. But he was in my class. I asked him why, because as a commercial fisherman, he said, everything that breaks down on his fishing boat has a wire hook to it. And he goes, I have to understand wiring to be a commercial fisherman. And still to this day, we have 2 or 3 people that come down from Alaska to get training to learn how to fix their electrical systems. And so, but Bo was great. So he went through my whole program, except for the last 2 weeks. He went back to fix up his boat so he could go north, and failed my class. But still to this day, I see him in town, he'll buy me a beer and be like, yep, I could still do it. I could keep my boat running. And so that's one of the plugs is the electrical. Nigel's thing, we've already plugged a bunch. But we have a weekend in April, a couple of you have signed up for. It's 50% hands-on in the lab using multimeters. We're actually going to wire in these bilge pumps. We're going to wire in exhaust temperature switches and stuff and show you how it's done and use the proper tools and just have a lot of fun and talk about batteries probably for half of it, because that's usually where all the questions are.
And crimping practice?
Crimping practice,
I
yeah.
mean, that's really an
Yep.
essential skill.
Proper crimping is
Being able to
definitely
make
there.
a decent crimp. And being willing to tug on that sucker as hard as you can to make sure you did it right.
Yeah. We actually do the ABYC standard, so I've got it glued right on the station, and I've got a load cell. It's a baby one compared to what you have for your anchor winch. And we have a sailboat winch with a handle, and we actually have students make crimps, and we tie a knot in the end of the wire and put it on the cleat, and then they crank on it, and if it's let's say it's a 14 gauge wire, it's supposed to take 30 pounds for a minute. We have them stop and hold at 30 pounds. If it doesn't get there, we make them redo it, and then we do destructive testing. It's always fun. We pull and see how far we can get before it lets go. And often, if it's done right, like you said in electrical, you'll separate the wire before you do the termination. And so that's especially true if we use the heat shrink connections. We do a variety. We do the cheap Amazon stuff. We do the Anchor, some good stuff, and we do heat shrink. And so it's a lot of fun. In my spare parts kit, there's 2 other things that I recommend on Black Pearl. And they are, I haven't seen rescue tape in a couple of years. Doesn't have to be rescue
I've
tape.
got that in the kit as well. That's one of the things I've got to put on my list. It's really useful.
Super useful. So it's a self-bonding silicone tape that's super handy if you get a small little leak in a hose or something that you can, it's a get home. Get you to the next bay where you can work on it or whatever. And then you recommended the JB weld.
Yes.
I go one step further. I have a kit of this splash zone from Z-Spar. We had a brand new aluminum boat that went in down the Swinomish Channel, ran aground, and pulled the front of the keel down about a 1/4 inch. And it was slowly taking out water. It wasn't sinking by any stretch of the imagination. So they take this stuff, it's in 2-quart cans, and it's basically JB weld, but you can get a big enough amount. They took 2 like tennis ball size goops of this, and they mix it all up, and they gave it to a diver because it cures underwater, and the diver went down, packed it in the front of the keel to this little crack. They let it harden. The boat wasn't leaking. The owner said, they go like, you got to go haul it out and get the keel fixed, inspect it, blah, blah, blah. And he said, hooey, it ain't leaking. It's, I got 2 months to enjoy this boat before the season's done. We'll fix it in September. And sailed all summer. And when they pulled the boat out, the shipyard had it in the cradle, and they were trying to get the keel back off, and they were just cursing. They're like, what in the hell did you put in here? Because we can't get it back out. And I'm like, that's the stuff I want. And so I've actually used it on that old World War II generator. The exhaust elbow started leaking water and, not exhaust. And we jammed it around that exhaust elbow. Same thing, we took a couple of like golf ball size things. It would have been like 3 tubes each of the JB weld. Smeared it all over this exhaust elbow, let it cure. And we were about a couple weeks from being home and the generator run. And I kept running the generator for several more months because mostly I was hoping it would die. But just to see how long that splash zone would last, because I thought it'd fall right back off, And it was pretty amazing stuff. So I I do keep a kit of that on the boat. I've got stories of fishermen, when a plank pops loose, they'll just jam it down in there. And I don't know why you'd have a wooden boat anyways, but it's a fix. And so that's another recommended piece of kit for sure from me. We should fire up your computer and see if we can get that dolphin. Do you have your computer handy?
Yes.
Maybe.
It's a,
Once I ran an outboard against a rock and brought this down,
Yeah.
put a vertical pair of skag and open a
Yep.
pencil-sized hole in the gear case.
It would work.
I was able to close it with marine tacks and ran it for 2 years with it.
Yeah, running into rocks and other things for sure. There's, Marine Tex is good. JB Weld is good. The thing with Splash Zone, I think, is a little bit better. But the thing is, it's 2-quart kits, and so you've got a decent amount to plug a good hole if you needed to, and that's the only reason you would, they say if you could snap a through hull off if you push it in there, and you have to back it up to let it cure, with some cribbing or something, or stand there, I guess, for hours, but it'll work. So I don't hopefully ever have to test that.
Backing up to this morning, speaking of leaks, Nigel was talking about a plug, I forgot what he called it.
It was a rubber step plug.
Is that
Yeah.
the orange ones that they sell at various?
yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you can get that at Fishery Supply right here.
Okay.
And don't forget your string tied on, so you know where it's at. We got to get our little video of the dolphin if we can.
Well,
from
we'll
that
see. Give
presentation.
me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we'll give you a couple minutes. Other questions you have? So there's our contact information. We'll do another video and a couple more things, and any questions you want, and then we'll transition down to the club. Yes?
Just a thought on when we're talking about heat and your exhaust. What's not uncommon up here in the Northwest, particularly San Juan's, is seaweed on your intakes, right?
Yep.
The exterior of your boat. Sometimes you dive in and start thinking, oh, my impeller's bad. But the first thing to think about is maybe there's seaweed, but it's so darn cold in there, it's hard to get down there and deal with it. So I had done that, in the last 25 years here, probably 3 times, and you get an ice cream headache that makes you dizzy and nauseous.
Right.
It's kind of dangerous. So putting a diver's hood, finally bought one. The diver's hood, my kid's mask, maybe his fins. I don't know how many times I've helped not just myself but other people simply pulling seaweed off your intakes.
Yeah, and so if you had some compressed air or a way to blow it backwards, is a better way to go, so you don't have to jump in the water.
Yeah, and being in the water's not horrible up here. It can be done in a bay, but a couple occasions, like I said, I've gone
Yeah,
up
if you
there
could-
to clear the generator one because you can hear that audibly starts getting a little clogged.
Yep.
And then found that my intakes, mains, you're dealing with shallow, water that come in dock shallow.
Yeah, we've done, just this year in Alaska, we had, same thing, we had a generator that would run and shut down after 3 minutes, and I'm like, you've got, plugged seawater in, series, and they, inadvertently, that one was stuck solid, and we didn't dive in, we just disconnected the hose from the sea basket, opened the sea strainer, and just went at it backwards with like a big heavy-duty tie wrap, and that was just enough to clear it out. And then we put it back on the sea basket. I used to be a commercial diver. I'm no longer getting in that cold water. I mean, unless it's an emergency. And by the way, speaking of Alaska, for some of you, just one second to get your question. What I didn't mention is a couple of the boats that we went up this year, so small boats are easy to do. It's a big voyage, and if you're still employed, a lot of us can't do that. Alaska is super cheap for annual moorage still, and they're all set up. So the Nordic tug that went up with me this year, we were in Ketchikan for 2 days. The boat was hauled, shrink wrapped, winterized, and they were on an airplane back to their jobs. And next summer, when I get there, they'll be flying in, and they'll be spending the whole summer in Southeast Alaska. They'll be shrink wrapping the Nordic tug, leaving it there. And I think they're also on a wait list for a slip down here, so it works out just fine. And then the 3rd season, they'll bring the boat back. There's the dolphin.
Yeah. Just kept coming back for more.
Fascinating creatures.
Yeah. It's called Manolito. I discovered it was a local celebrity.
Do you stow your dinghy below on passage?
What's that, sorry?
Do you stow your dinghy below on passage?
I'm sorry, I didn't put my hearing aids in today.
What do you do with your dinghy when you're
Do you stow
underway?
your dinghy on passage? 'Cause you have
Oh, absolutely. We have never, the only time we've towed a dinghy,
Do you tie it on deck?
yeah, we pull it
on
up
the
and tie it
foredeck?
down. Yeah, yeah,
Mine always goes in the sail lock every time.
yeah. We actually
Do you
keep
have a
it,
roll
we've
up
got,
one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looked like you maybe had one too with the inflatable floor.
it's an inflatable floor, but we leave it all inflated.
Oh, inflated on deck.
And it actually, it's the longest dinghy we could fit between the windlass and the mast. And then we have a procedure for tying it down. We've got stainless steel rails that are through bolted through the deck, and then we strap it down pretty hard. And then we also the transom. We have a big heavy butt block that it sits in, and we pull it down into that. Well, crossing the North Sea in some pretty miserable weather with a lot of water coming over the bow, it actually broke the first butt block I built. Just split it straight down the middle, so I made a much bigger, heavier one, and then we pull it down into that butt block, and then it's not going anywhere.
You're still not selling me on sailing over in Scotland. I'm going to rent a van, a Sprinter, and do a castle tour. Yes, your question?
Well, how about the distilleries?
And, you know,
Well, you should come on a malts cruise. Do you want some pictures of Scotland?
yeah, you can bring up some Scotland. You had a question?
Yeah.
What is your recommendation for use of a life raft if we're going, say, to southeast Alaska or central Alaska? Do we need to have one?
I don't think you need to have one because you can never be more than a few miles from land. You know, Haida Gwaii is still not. I mean, it's a little bit of a run, but it's not. I would say 90% plus 95% of the boats are not running life rafts. Now, if you want to sail and head off down the outside of Vancouver Island from Haida Gwaii and stuff like that, then maybe. But I mean, everything's a risk assessment, cost and risk, and life rafts are fun. They're really remarkable. We blow one off every year at the offshore sailing seminar. I've actually got 3 right now. All the locals know that every time. The thing with life rafts is people buy them, they sell the boat to someone else, they take it off the boat because they don't want to pay to refurb it and stuff. And so they give it to Marine Tech, and then every year we get our students around and we pull the string and let it go off. And
So you have that whirlpool at the north end of Vancouver Island, don't you? Mm-hmm. They have one in Scotland. It's called Corryvreckan. So we're going through now at flat water, and we still got 6 knots of tide going through there.
Yeah.
And this is what it looked like when it gets going. That photograph in the top, they lost a Viking invasion fleet in Corryvreckan in like 1100 and something. It went through in the wrong state of the tide.
Yeah, we have this up by Dent Lodge. There's Devil's Hole.
Yes.
And same thing up in like Seymour. Seymour used to be like this. But yeah, we've got some wicked whirlpools.
That's the 3rd largest whirlpool in the world.
You can, up at Dent Rapids, they have an aluminum jet boat that you can get on, and they will take you out and circle that thing.
Yes.
And it's crazy. I'm like, I don't think so.
So I had my best friend from school, high school, was with us, and he rose to be a rear admiral in the British Navy. So Terry assumed that he was pretty responsible because I'd been wanting to go through Corryvreckan and she refused. And so I said, Pete, what do you think? He said, oh yeah, we should go through there. What she didn't know was that Pete and I used to make pipe bombs as kids and blow holes in the yard. So we went through Corryvreckan. I mean, there's just hundreds of these anchorages in Scotland that are just spectacular.
So that part, if you could avoid the gales, that looks quite lovely.
Most of the time, we were the only boat there. And you can come off the west coast of Scotland and put the boat on a reach because it's blowing a hoolie, so you don't want to be going to windward. And the boat's doing 8, 9, 10 knots. And then the wind changes direction, and you can put it on the wind pilot and just let it stay on a reach, and you'll end up with another spectacular anchorage. There's just so many of them. The only time we went to windward in 3 summers in Scotland was when the winds were light and we wanted to increase the apparent wind speed.
Wow.
It's just really stunning cruising and anchorages. Yeah.
Are some of those fjords, do you have to go quite far back into anchor or not too much?
Most of them are not more than a mile or 2 long.
Oh, that's
They're
not bad.
relatively short, and then you get some pretty neat sunsets.
Oh.
when the sun gets below the clouds and lights everything up. And then there's these dozens of lighthouses. Almost every single lighthouse in Scotland was built by one of the members of the Stevenson family, Robert Louis Stevenson, that wrote Treasure Island. His family, they founded the Northern Lighthouse Board in 1798, and his family ran it for 100 years. And they built all of these lighthouses, and including, if those of you like this kind of stories of this sort of thing, look up the history of the Bell Rock Lighthouse. Probably the most difficult lighthouse to build in the whole world. The rock that they put it on is only exposed, or was only exposed, for 2 or 3 hours on a low spring tide. So they anchored the stonemasons off that rock for 2 or 3 summers. And on every 2 weeks, they could get ashore for 2 or 3 hours to start to level the rock,
to build the
lighthouse, because they weren't willing to use explosives because they didn't want to crack the base.
Wow.
And meantime, they built the lighthouse on shore. These granite blocks are 2 tons each, and they're dovetailed together. And then they drilled holes in them, and then they used wooden oak pegs to lock them together. And that lighthouse is still there. It was finished in 1810, and it hasn't been modified at all since then. And the only time it's been damaged was when a helicopter hit it in, I think, the 60s, and the people on the helicopter got killed.
How much tide do you have?
About 25 feet.
25
much
feet,
of the time.
so a little
yeah.
more like our Alaska tides.
Yeah, it's, of all these photos, that's the only lighthouse that the Stevensons didn't build.
Just one out of all of them?
Out of my slides, yeah, they built it. And then, of course, the geology of Scotland's really, really neat. And Puffins, and then you've got Staffa. And then you have Fingal's Cave here, which was the inspiration for Mendelssohn's concerto or whatever. And you can take the dinghy up in there. It's pretty neat. Give you a sense of scale of the...
Wow.
This, on the northern coast of Ireland, which is about 20 miles away, you've got Giant's Footsteps, which is it's the other side of this formation. It goes through, and then you've got some really beautiful sandy beaches. Really surprising. Now, this day, you see the seals in the face of the wave?
Right here.
Those are all young pups. They're surfing. And they would surf in, and then they'd swim back out, and they'd surf in, and adults are just hanging out on the beach while the kids play in the waves. And they exported slate all over the world for many decades. That's the local library, store, and post office. And the north coast of Scotland is really treacherous.
Yeah, I was going to say, this looks like...
Yeah. And in fact, the British Navy was losing so many ships in the 1700s getting from the North Sea to the Atlantic that they built this canal through the middle of Scotland to handle those ships, but before it was finished, the ships were too big to go through the locks. So it ended up being just a recreational. But that's a wonderful trip. You go all the way through the middle of Scotland, and you go through, right through the middle of Loch Ness, and then out the other side.
Really? Wow.
Yep. You buy a license for 8 days. It only takes a day or two, but it's not. And then you can stay at the docks for free and the showers, and and then there's another little canal going through one of the peninsulas. This is like the English canals, where they hand-operated locks. And Scotland's been inhabited for 8,000 years. There was a global warming period where it became decently habitable, and they built all of these stone circles. This is 1,000 years before the pyramids, and 2,000 or 3,000 years before Stonehenge. So some of the oldest structures in the world, actually. And in the last several years, they've had some huge gales that exposed some of these villages that were buried in sand. And they were quite habitable for 8,000 years ago. And this is, well, obviously a reconstruction of one of them. And then later on, they built these double-walled towers, defensive towers. And you can go up this spiral staircase between the two walls. And architecturally, that's a very strong way to build something, which is why they've lasted for so long. And they call them brocks. And then we get into Christianity. They were converted by missionaries from Ireland, so there's a lot of Celtic culture from Ireland. And of course, we got Rosslyn Chapel, the Da Vinci Code, for those that have read it. This is the center of that whole book.
Yeah.
So now it's a huge tourist trap. And just castles everywhere you go, because they've been fighting the Norsemen and fighting the English and fighting each other for hundreds of years, and a couple of spectacular medieval cathedrals. Wow. That's all stone, it's not woodwork. It's all carved stone. And then more castles. And then the ordinary people lived in these hovels right up until the 1960s in parts of Scotland. No windows, just a door and an open fireplace burning peat. That's what that pile of stuff is outside. Totally miserable conditions. So I snapped this. Read the inscription there. Her husband died at age 52, and our son David, who died at age 16, and 5 children who died in infancy. Can you imagine what a miserable life that woman had?
No.
And this was not unusual. You know, in Scotland, it was a pretty brutal place for the poor people. And then the peat, they're still cutting it to this day. And in the 1700s, the clan leaders discovered they could make more money out of sheep farming than with the crofters. So they kicked them off the land and forced them out of Scotland. And that's where all the Protestants in Northern Ireland came from. And then in order to prevent them coming home, they burned the roof timbers because there's no trees in Scotland.
Oh,
so once they burned the timbers, they couldn't re-roof the buildings. And they depopulated the whole of the Highlands to put sheep on them. So now we got all of these ruined cottages from the 1700s scattered all over the countryside. And they're still doing the sheep herding with the sheepdogs, chasing the sheep around. Kind of fun to watch it. And weaving Harris tweed. And lots of little fishing boats everywhere.
I love all those old fishing boats.
And then when the mackerel are running, that crew guy that we had for 25 years, he and I cast 2 lines out with 6 hooks on each line, and they hit the water, and we caught 10 fish. That was fishing for the day.
There you go,
and
dinner.
Crabs, mussels, lots of tide, and tiny stores, and lots of distilleries. There's one island there, that island that has 8 distilleries. And lots of, and we went in this, on Isla, in this bar. It's owned by three people, and the one guy was a sailor, so he immediately wanted to chat with me. And then he wanted to show me some of their malt whiskeys, single malts. So he's given me glass after glass of malt whiskey, and I can see his 2 partners are getting really twitchy. And I discovered that some of those bottles are £1,000 a bottle.
Right.
That's $1,200. and he's wanting me to sample them all.
Sample them all.
Right. So his partners shut him down after a while. And then lots of music. And then Scottish. I had to learn Highland dancing as a kid because half my family is Scottish. My uncle was a butler in Castle in Scotland, and my aunt was the cook. So we had to learn all the old diddy and all that stuff. So I got back into that. And then, of course, we got the Highland Games. Mostly it's all about throwing heavy things short distances. In fact, that's all it's about. As far as I could tell, that's the only things they do. And then, of course, they try to toss telephone poles. And that's it, and then the dancing. So it's a magical place.
Sure looks
and then
like it.
You get distracted in the pub and you go back and you find you didn't put the dinghy anchor high enough the beach. So now you got to go fishing for it. And then, of course, all the seals, and the dolphins, and the birds. That's what Terry goes for.
Yeah, I got to see all the
all
birds.
of those puffins. And then, so that's one reason why I like Scotland.
It seems more appealing now
Right,
that I saw the pictures.
Yeah.
When all I heard was about the gales.
Right.
I'm out.
Take pictures of those.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you have to just scoot from one anchorage to another and get protected.
Big anchor and a big heater.
Yes. Yep. And that's Terry and the kids from years ago.
Very cool. Well, thank you for sharing.
Yes.
We have any other questions, things you want to know?
If you have any more time, I'd sure like you to talk more about your generator stuff, but that might
The
be-
generator stuff? You mean
the huge power system.
Oh, the integral system, yeah. Well, it's a game changer. There's, like you said, millions of dollars put into research. It's expensive, but if you want to go without a generator and, optimize your charging system, and you have a big enough place to absorb that energy.
Yeah. That's
those are the kind of
corollary.
the key pieces.
Yes.
Pretty much takes lithium ion.
It does. I mean,
It's hot, doesn't
we used lead acid, AGM, for all the testing. But fundamentally, to take full advantage of it, you need lithium ion.
Yeah, I think you only give lead acid 10% of the amp hour.
You know, you give lead.
If you put a big
high-end
enough
lead, you
number
get
of batteries on,
40%.
40%, really?
yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I have taken AGM, they're Firefly batteries, the ones with the carbon foam plate, but they're an AGM battery, and I've put 600 amps into a 100 amp hour battery, up to about 40 or 50% state of charge. The battery took it, but I have scorch marks in my battery box.
So, but you're right. I mean, to really optimize an integral system, lithium, it's really lithium is where everybody's going to. And so, but the idea of optimizing with your engine, so you know, or if you're going to run your engine at anchor, you can at least load it up a significant amount and minimize your runtime. I can answer questions. Bruce is the guy, right? Ocean Planet Energy.
Yeah.
That if you need to buy equipment and get with, and they'll do drawings and stuff. I mean, they're really top notch. We have my students are out here that can install stuff, and that's what we do. But I don't sell anything. Turns out.
So it's a 48-volt system. So you have to have a 48-volt battery bank, and then you have to have DC to DC converters to get down to the 24 and the 12.
24 or 12.
So then you end up with a buffer bank at 12 and 24, but you're basically floating those batteries.
Right now I have 4 12-volt batteries. All I got to do is change them from series to parallel to series.
Yeah.
So
this will certainly be a game changer. It's pointless doing it unless you really need that much energy, and you're going to exploit the system, because otherwise you spend a lot of money.
But there's some other options through Bruce. We got some really awesome alternator voltage regulator combinations that are a fraction of the price that can do a significant improvement on charging of batteries.
Yeah.
These new APS alternators, even at 12 volts, you know, you can do a couple hundred amps. I mean, they got them up to what, 360. But they'll run it, you know, you get something that's rated at 360, you can run it at 250 continuous in most of our boats with the temperature, depending on how hot the engine room is.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of energy.
Yeah.
It'd be enough. And you can use the wake speed voltage regulator if you have a small engine to keep it from overloading your engine. But, so there's stepping stones, there's things you can do.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you call the full-blown system?
Integral.
So
you go to the Ocean Planet Energy site, and there's lots of information on it.
You have to do an energy audit for the boat first to figure out what you really need to make it work, optimize it.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you also then need to decide whether that it's worth the cost to you, because it will be expensive regardless of what you do. And for anybody that's contemplating substantial cruising, it's basically worth the cost, because it's just transformative in terms of lifestyle and enjoyment when you get out there.
Sounds like even halfway there would be pretty spectacular. At 250 amps, that's a lot of juice.
Yeah, it's a lot of juice. Yep, especially if you don't have air conditioning.
Which most of our boats don't in this area.
And then that'll take care of pretty much all of your energy needs in a fairly short space of time.
Well, I do have, heat pumps, which I turn on to be heat, so it becomes the same thing.
Yeah, but it's nice. You can run your engine for an hour or two a day if you're just coming and going from bays, and put that kind of energy back into your bank.
Yeah.
So, yes.
I was going to say, I think we're going to hang out in the bar, aren't we?
We are. Turns out I'm getting thirsty.
Yes.
Where'd you get the tank test tube? You had it up here yesterday during the pizza class.
Oh, Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Just do a Webasto fuel pickup tube.
I got to make a note of that as well. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, we've seen, it's just collecting all this information, but in the last 5 to 10 years, all of this dip tubes and alarms and high output alternators, we're seeing a lot of really cool stuff in our industry that is going to make our time in these beautiful places better. Yeah. Which is at the end of the day, that's what we're after, right? It's like all right, well, let's, your drink coupons will be good in about 12 minutes or so. They usually don't, they may give them to you a few minutes early, but we're going to pack up our stuff. And if you're thanks for coming if you have to take off, but otherwise we'll see you downstairs in the Tunnel Club, and you can ask more questions if you want.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Scallywags, located in the beautiful Pacific Northwest, where Skagit Valley College has been training technicians since 1968. If you are looking for industry certification and the skills to work in maritime, this is the place to visit. Our staff will share so much knowledge and experience, you will not be disappointed. The workforce demand is very high and all of our graduates are working around the world. If this sounds interesting to you, schedule a tour and come check us out.
Speaking of Amazon, they have a whole array